Yes. Hi, everyone. Good morning, everyone, again. I am Murat Selim Selvi, head of the organizing committee. I'm greeting you with my warm affections, respected and love from Tekirdağ, with love from Turkey. Welcome back again, my friends, my colleagues. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
First of all, I would like to thank you for your support and joining us. I hope this meeting will be beneficial to all concerned people. As mentioned before, my friends, keynote speaker and participation certificates will be sent to you by email, okay? Don't worry about it. 1 week after the symposium, okay? Proceeding book will be published again in 1 week after the symposium. Maybe I sent you by email proceeding books and participation certificates, okay? I try to prepare them as a document. And then please forgive me if I mispronounce your names and the titles. But I would like to clarify something that as a keynote speaker, I state what you do, what you should do in both the invitation letters and the emails I sent. However, there was no response, as you see. From some of our friends, they did not send any abstract. I gave a few more days to my colleagues who did not send abstracts, but abstracts did not come again. Okay, anyway, thank you very much, so much for your support and joining us again. Dear colleagues and my friends, this is my first experience. I am organizing these symposiums online for the first time, as you know, so I'm not very experienced with using the Zoom. Although I have tried a couple of times to manage Zoom, Peter. So please forgive me if some errors or interruptions become disconnected, okay? Please forgive me for my mistakes, for my faults or deficiencies at the process of this symposium process. Okay. That's all I have to say. Do you have any question for me? Any question for me for this process, for this, about this symposium?
No, it's ready.
Okay, I wish you success in your presentations. Now I leave the floor and authority to moderator Mr. Üstün. Yes, Mr. Üstün, the word is yours.
Welcome again, our guests. As Professor Murat Selim Selvi said, this is the first version of our symposium. So you will all have 20 minutes for your presentations, and probably we will have a little bit more time for 1 or 2 questions after your presentations. So I don't want to take your time, and I want to give the first word to Professor Peter Laskits for his presentation about fundraising design in competitive markets. So again, welcome.
Thank you. That was very well pronounced, my name. All right, so let me share the screen.
I wrote about it. Probably you are from Polish descent, so I tried to find out how to pronounce it because it's very hard for me, by the way.
Yes, yes, it is. So can you see the screen correctly?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
because
very nice.
I don't see it myself, so I wasn't, just wanted to make sure. So as already mentioned, the paper Fundraising Design in a Competitive Market, and this is with a number of colleagues, some good friends, and one of my colleagues at the University of Queensland. And so the motivation, why it's okay. Right, the motivation is that, well, there's a lot of competition in the charity domain. If we just look in the US, there's like over 1.5 million charities. And this is big business because the donation market just for individuals is over $470 billion. Now, we know a lot about why people give, just like the motivations of giving. But what we don't know is why people give to a particular charity. So the charity selection, that is not something which has been widely investigated. And that is really so the purpose of this particular talk. I will, in a little bit, go into some more depth into what we call charitable triad theory. But one of the objectives here is to test that particular theory. And it's just basically saying that in a charitable setting, you don't have like, as in marketing, just the consumer and the company. But here we have the donor, the charity, and the beneficiary. And it's actually important to take a look at all three. And the final objective is basically to come up with a integrated model which incorporates different kinds of data. So this particular work is an extension of the work by Kim and Allenby, so which are some the co-authors on this paper. But Greg Allenby is a well-known Bayesian statistician in marketing, and so he has developed some complex Bayesian methods where, and I think this is a very powerful method where you can say, we can take conjoint models, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later, explain it a little bit more, but you can take conjoint, combine it with different motivations, because in conjoint, you're just letting people make choices between different attributes, but you don't know why. And in some of these models which he has developed, we can actually integrate text data and scaled data, or data with different scales, and incorporate those and jointly estimate these. And in that way, combine both measures like in conjoint and also find out about the motivations. So for the theoretical framework, so we have what we call the charitable triad theory. And as I already mentioned, right, we have the fundraiser and different characteristics. We have the donor and we have the beneficiary. And in the previous literature, they've always just considered just the dyadic relationships, either between the donor and the fundraiser, or between like the donor and the beneficiary, but they've never considered all three. Now, there's a recent paper by my colleague at UQ, Cassandra Chapman, who came up with a conceptual framework, and that's so the charitable triad, but they never tested it. So in this particular paper, we're going to be testing that framework. And by the way, if you have any questions, just feel free to interrupt me and ask some questions. Yeah, but so we're basically saying it is important to model and the decisions of like the donor, the beneficiary, and the fundraiser, and we integrating that into a single framework, or estimated in a single model. To give you a little bit more background, I guess, of what we're doing and what kind of data, what I'm talking about. So some of the data we're gathering are simple, traditional, like a 5-point rating scales, and these just come directly from the literature. So trust in the organization, in this case, that is from the charity, social identity, warm glow of giving, empathy, and as you can see, the different colors, they match. So for beneficiary, we have empathy, right? So they match that kind of the data for either the charity, the donor, or the beneficiary. Then we also get a number of 2-point scales, pick any data, where you just basically say yes or no, whether a particular attribute applies to you or not. And these focus on context-specific motivations for giving. I'll give you a few examples. Some of them, class 1, related to solving current problems. That's related to the beneficiary. Class 2, preventing potential problems, which is related to the donors. So it can different kind of variables which either relate to the donor, the charity, or the beneficiary. Then we get also text data, what looks at the motivation of giving. We ask some open-ended questions where we ask people to tell some of the motivations, why they donate to. In this case, we ask them to pick a charity they like, and so why they donated to them, and what were the circumstances for the last donation. And we just ask them to provide just some open-ended responses. Then we also integrate 2 conjoint studies where we look at one conjoint study for the choice between charities, and we let consumers make trade-offs between some attributes specific to the charity. And we have one for the different, for the beneficiaries. And I'm going to show you an example of that. But so we have those different types of data, text data, scale data, and conjoint data. So we're doing a conjoint experiment and a survey. So basically, the participants first answer a number of survey questions, demographics, the skilled items like the trust, and then they, after that, participate in 2 conjoint experiments. And I basically, this other information in light gray, I already mostly explained to you. So I'm not gonna go in further detail. I'm not gonna go in depth into the method. It is a quite like a complex method, but the major idea here is that this is a Bayesian model what integrates 3 different sources of data: the text data through an LDA model, the scaled responses, and the 2 conjoint models. And really the way the text data and the scaled responses are integrated is in some of the parameters of the conjoint model. And then what the output of this is a type of like a membership model. I guess you could compare it somewhat like to, and you're doing latent class modeling, and you have some different latent classes. Here you also get as an output different, what we call like segments, or actually we call them archetypes. And we let the model determine by taking a look at the fit and also at the responses to come up, in this case, with a 5-segment solution. And these 5 different segments are described by the different parameters and from the different data sources. So I'm going to show you a couple of examples. So this is the output, what we get from the text data. So in the text data, it's relatively straightforward in that it just basically shows the frequencies of words. And again, the kind of questions we ask is, please tell me why you donated, and the others is like the circumstances for a donation. And we're seeing from A1 through A5 are different archetypes or different segments. And so I've highlighted here in red some examples to kind of show, well, if we're looking at the first segment, oh, that's related to cancer. We see cancer, we see disease, we see cure, and we see also fundraising, research. And then we see also more related to the donor, we see things like father, family, friend, which kind of like so indicated, well, some close friends or family members which have been impacted by cancer. And so in that way, we get some good description of each of these different segments. Then we had like the scale data. And so here on part of these were so the traditional scales, right? And they came just directly from the literature. I haven't incorporated here all of the parameters, but we basically get also parameters of the importance of these different scale values. And finally, we do a conjoint analysis, and the conjoint analysis is actually done so quite nicely in that we have set it up. We've created some videos giving people instructions to clearly how they and showing some examples, of the conjoint task, how they have to do it. So in this particular case, you see out here 4 different alternatives. And basically, so what respondents are asked to choose one of these 4 different, in this case, campaigns, or they can also select like none. So the task here is, you were given you got $100, and which of these campaigns would you support? Or you could keep the money yourself. Now the attributes for the different conjoint tasks, they're really based upon theory. For example, we know that the number of beneficiaries can play a role. This comes from the identifiable victim effect, where they actually have found that if you have either a group or a single individual, that often people prefer a single individual. With other things, emergency versus ongoing relief, and normally emergencies are preferred, same for local charities, immediate needs, right? So all different kind of attributes related to the beneficiary. So what we get from the conjoint are these are the path worth or the utilities what the individuals have for the different attributes. And I just highlighted here, I guess circled in red, the ones which were significant. But to give you a few indications, examples here. If I'm looking at the location, international, well, these were significant. And we're seeing for all of the segments, except for segment 2, it is negative, basically saying people prefer domestic. But there's one segment which actually prefers international charities. Or I'm just saying beneficiaries, so that the donations go to people in a foreign country. If we're looking at the amount of the donation, well, we're seeing A2 and A3. Those are segments who prefer to give more, and A1 and A4 are actually segments which prefer to give smaller donation amounts, right? Obviously, donation is costly, and not all consumers want to necessarily give away all of the money. So what we come up with is different segments, and we can describe these different segments. And so what we have done here, one of the segments we called cancer carers. And what we basically did, so we combined this based upon the results from the conjoint analysis, the results from the textual data, and the results of the scales to come up with a profile, because we have all of the results, the textual, the conjoint, and the scale data for each of these different segments, right? Because they were all estimated simultaneously, and all of the output is we get for different segments parameters. So we identify the cancer carers. It's about 24% of the participants. From the donor perspective, they focus on family, cancer. They tend to make small donations, and they're predominantly women. They prefer groups in Australia rather than international. And from the charity perspective, again, some of this comes from the textual data, some comes from the conjoint, and some comes from the scaled responses, where so they prefer domestic charities which have a long-standing, non-religious. I'll give a few more examples. I'm not going to go in all of these in all the full detail. We have the effective altruists, about a fifth of the respondents, and they gave because they actually have a very concern for the victim. So the protective concern. They are high on altruism, and they actually are the large givers, and they give on a regular basis. These are the consumers of the donors who tend to give to international charities. They also prefer groups and aspects like children, refugees, poverty, and children, refugee, poverties. Again, those are things which come directly from the text data. They also, what is important to them, and a lot of this comes from the conjoint data, high impact of the charity, they're transparent and efficient. And that's really related, I think, to a lot of the problems what some of the international charities have had, where not all of the money goes to the beneficiaries. Animal lovers is another segment, and they very much obviously so care about nature and animals, and that's a lot more at the local level. And I'm not going to go through all of them in detail. Emergency responders, and they are very much focusing on beneficiaries who really so have an immediate need because, well, we have had in Australia, we've had the forest fires, we have floods. So that is another group. Finally, the feel-good, do-gooders. These are donors who give a lot out of habit, and they identify with people in need because these are a lot of people who beneficiaries related with mental health, homelessness. What are some other things about these charities? Well, they don't care as much about the geographical scope, and they don't really care about the religious affiliation. So again, the output, what we got here from this model, we come up with some very clear, and specific different segments. And these different segments clearly have very different motives of giving. Now, to do what we call a predictive test of our model, and to really kind of show also that this matters, we took a look at, we have a variable where we asked people how much they gave the last time, to the charity where they answered the questions about. So now we actually look to what extent can our model predict, good morning, predict the giving, the actual amounts which were given. So really what we should be looking at is the last row out here, which looks at the R square, and it's basically saying if you only take a look at demographics, or you only take a look at text, or only look at the scaled responses, right? The model doesn't do nearly as well as when you integrate all of the different data sources. So this just shows some predictive validity of our model, because obviously we get some nice output from our model, but then this is kind of like showing also a test that the model, when we combine all the different data sources, also works better. So what are some of the implications here? Well, obviously, like what we showed here, we provided empirical evidence of what we call like charitable triad theory. And so what it's basically saying, the different attributes of the donors, the beneficiaries, and the fundraisers, they matter, and they're all interact, like in the decisions for donors, donor decisions. So we have a novel methodology which can simultaneously include all of the three different the three different I didn't want to say factor, different groups involved, right? So the donors, the beneficiaries, and the fundraisers, but also the different data sources, the textual data, the motivations, and the conjoint data. And again, I think this is a very powerful methodology because conjoint is widely used in marketing, and conjoint can give us some nice information. It shows us what attributes are important, but it does not tell us anything about the motivation. And so this method actually gets into the motivation. And very important, right? We find this is really a very complex configuration of motives, and there are different segments which have very different motives for giving. And what we have integrated here is all these different motives from different literatures, from economics, from psychology, from sociology and marketing, and focused on different theories. So while other papers tended to focus on one particular theory, and often wouldn't segment the market. And then from time to time, they would definitely get some differences in results across different studies. Well, in part, this is very nicely explained by our segmented analysis because we find obviously very different motives tend to apply to different segments. For example, we definitely found some, right, who really cared about national causes, others about international, some who really care about emergencies. Another insight, so while previous research has focused either on self-orientation, right, which is related to selfish motive for giving, because as an example, getting a warm glow from giving, or other orientations like empathy. I'm giving because I really care about others, and altruistic motives. But it's always been either or. Right? There's really been a debate in the literature whether donors give because of selfish reasons or altruistic reasons. And what we're actually finding is often they go hand in hand. Now, I don't think it is that surprising. People who actually feel it is important to give, or they give because of altruistic reasons, they also feel good about it. And so we have actually both these selfish and altruistic motives, which are happening, I guess, so simultaneously. So as part of the implications, obviously, like this gives important guidance to fundraisers, potential beneficiaries, in that they get insights into the different motives for giving for different segments. It also really would say for different type of causes, as what we're finding, they really should be different appeals because, again, these segments are very much, well, they're not only aligned by causes. Actually, the interesting part is some segments are aligned by causes, others more about, I guess, the donors, and even other segments more so related to the beneficiaries. And so different appeals are required for the different segments. So while segment 2 and segment 5 definitely had a variety of different aspects in common, segment 2 focused on international causes. They support poverty and children, but they really, they give, their motivation for giving are to be more involved with the needy, but they don't really associate with the needy. While segment 5, who gives to the homeless and the sufferers of mental health, they actually express their love to others, and they associate with these needy people. Well, in part because they may have had some mental issues, like at some point in time, depression or whatever, so they can associate with these, and therefore, so have different motives for giving. And that's basically all what I had. Are there any questions?
No.
Well, thank you for your conscious and brain-opening presentation, Professor. Probably you have mentioned it, but it's a sophisticated presentation for me. It's a new one for me. Therefore, I lost some points of it. Can you explain altruistics and habit givers? What are their differences?
Okay, so habitual givers are people who give out of habit, right? Mm-hmm. And so we don't know, they could be altruistic. So altruistic givers are people who give because they feel giving, helping others is the right thing to do. So we have an altruistic motive. Habitual givers, they may be altruistic, but they just say, well, I give out of habit, right? I always kind of give on a monthly basis. People just ask me, I give. And so that's there may be overlap, but we see some of the segments are different. Some were really related to habitual giving and others more so related to altruism.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Are there other questions? Or can we continue with the next presentation, Professor Selvi?
It was an interesting and useful presentation, Peter. Thank you. It was a good presentation again.
I have one question, just for like clarification. I'm not sure whether you consider income level of the respondents from your sample today. Do you differentiate them based on their income? Because we know that from Keynesian macroeconomic theory, individual income is usually allocated for two reasons: for spending and savings, right? And then this donation is like a voluntary action. So do you consider income level of the respondents?
Yes, so we have income level and other demographics also incorporated. I could only like show part of the results. I don't remember them from the top of my head, but there were some minor differences in income level for the different segments. And in the paper, we described those in more detail.
Okay. So you did, right?
Okay. If there are no more questions, we have to continue with the next presentation because of our time constraints. Thank you again, Professor Peter Kafkowski. So let's continue with Professor Ristina City. She will present us in which marketing product are we. So I'm giving the word to her. So we don't hear you, Ristina.
Yeah.
Can you? Okay. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. Here I'm Ristina Siti Sundari from University of Pajajaran Bandung, Indonesia, and University of Perjuangan Tasikmalaya, Indonesia. Oh yeah, here my number, but my email it's wrong. It's wrong type. My presentation is about marketing, how it come, how it is, where are we right now? Because the evolution in the marketing world is continuing, and from the traditional marketing landscape of marketing 1.0 to the present, to marketing for humanity, that the marketing industry is until 5.0. And each era describes the occurring, the occurring changing trend and how marketer needs to adapt. The paper is written to know in which marketing we are, judging from the evolution that occurred to the marketing world. It was initially known in marketing 1.0 in that era. The community is product. The community and product is the main material. And the first thing, the core of marketing concept is the place, market, and marketer and marketing. That is the place. Market is, as we know, that the place where supply and demand transaction, value bargains occur, and all the transfer of ownership occurs through the agreement between the buyer and the seller. And the marketer is someone who seeks resources for the other and is willing to offer something in return. And marketing is the process of planning and executing the concept, pricing, promotion, and distribution, such as the marketing mix, When the first time the marketing mix is consisted of 4 P, such as product, price, place, and promotion, and developed to 7 P that consisted the product, price, place, promotion, physical evidence, people, and process. And here we are in marketing has changed. And here in Indonesia, the kinds of marketing is very unique. Maybe some kind is same with the others in the word marketing, but some kind is different, and it's such a unique marketing. That here is the traditional market. The seller sells the product in open field market, and then such as the mall or supermarket, or some in the below is Indonesia has floating market. Whenever wherever the seller or the seller sell the product, they sell the commodity on the ship, on the boat, or floating on the river. And in the modern right now, we can buy or sell such like by computer, by internet, or by marketplace, and by e-commerce. Here is the development of marketing, and the transaction between the buyer and seller has a different way. But how we are, all of them we consist. Oh yeah, here I say even the food, because marketing, the most important marketing is for food. And some here, there is food inflation here, and food inflation is very high right now after during pandemic until now, not yet more change. That is the highest inflation is Turkey. Turkey has highest inflation, like this 99.05% the inflation of food. In the marketing, from the marketing we can have the difference that there are 5 generations and marketing evolution, such as maybe we are, or some of here we are included baby boomers that born 45 until 46 until 64. Then the generation X who born in 1965 until 1980. And then how the difference between them. Generation Y who born 1981 until 1996, and generation Z is who born in 1997 until 2029, and now Gen Alpha who born after 2010. And here in the we distinguish after that in the baby boomer right now, in the marketing point 1.0 is the product centric, and after that the marketing shift to customer centric. And for generation Y, the next it's about it shift to the human centric, and generation Z traditional to digital centric for the marketing. And now the generation Alpha born who born after 2010, the technology for humanity for the marketing. And all of them exist actually, but the development has has changed to technology for humanity. Here we can differentiate in the table from marketing 1.0 to marketing 5.0. This consisted from how is the objective of marketing 1.0 until marketing 5.0. The objective is for 1.0 is sell product, while the marketing 2.0 is customer oriented to make satisfy and retain consumer. And in the marketing 3.0 is human centric, how to make the world better. And then after that, the marketing 4.0 is social driven, how to be collaborative. Change such as market share or market society and so on. And marketing 5.0 is technology for humanity, how to service with technology right now. And here is the second one is enabling force. Enabling force, how is in the when marketing 1.0 is the industrial revolution, while the marketing 2.0 is information technology, and the marketing 3.0 is new wave technology, how to be accessible personal computer, mobile, internet open, search, social media. This is the earlier for shifting to marketing 4.0, because the marketing 4.0 is the mobile first, whenever and wherever. Mobile first, Internet of Things, or multi-channel platform, and IoT, or big data. While the marketing 5.0, this is the artificial intelligence, NLP, sensor, robotic, augmented reality, or virtual reality, or IoT, and blockchain. How? The view of market. The view of market is a mass buyer with physical need, while the marketing 2.0, the view of market is smarter consumer with mind and heart, and marketing 3.0 is whole human mind, heart, and spirit, while marketing 4.0 is how to be horizontal, inclusive, convergent between digital and traditional. That is some bridge between digital and traditional market. While the marketing 5.0 is market of one or specific individual desire are taken into account. So everyone has account to buy and to sell. What is the key concept? The key concept is for the marketing 1.0 is product development, how to sell product, while the marketing 2.0 is differentiation, how the product and the customer and the consumer. But the marketing 3.0, because of the human centric, is the value, is more adapt to the higher value. But the marketing 4.0 is advocacy, and the marketing 5.0 is the data-driven guide. How is the company guideline? Now, the company guideline for marketing 1.0 is product specification, how to be the better product will be satisfying the consumer. This is the one part. Such like the food must be delicious. The quality is number one. The marketing 2.0 is corporate and product positioning, and the 3.0 is corporate mission, vision, and value, And marketing 4.0 is composition, storytelling, and engagement. How to engage the customer and the seller and the buyer or the customer can be engaged, and we can keep every time to reorder, to repurchase the product. But the marketing 5.0 is enhancing value across customer journey with human mimicking technology. Wait. Wait. How is the value proportion? The marketing 1.0 is functional. Functional must be function. Something need. Something what we need is the functionality of product. But the marketing 2.0 both of functional and emotional. And the marketing 3.0 is functional, emotional, and spiritual. And then the marketing 4.0 is social, connectivity, and experience. And the next, the marketing 5.0 is how to it is the predictive, contextual, and augmented with human. And how the interaction with the consumers in marketing 1.0 is one-to-many transaction. But the next, the marketing 2.0 is one-to-one relationship. And the marketing 3.0 is functional, many-to-many collaboration. And the marketing 4.0 is hybrid of the 1, 2, and 3.0. And the marketing 5.0 is technology being personal, social, and experimental. Here I share you the marketing how the transaction between buyer and seller. The first feature is the unique transaction. In Indonesia, there is unique transaction of marketing where the buyer and the seller give some sign or coding how the transaction held. And this is the directly transaction with when we buy something product and we pay. And the third figure is shows the transaction with agreement. And then the next for the marketing 4, the transaction by virtual, and the last is pay, how we can pay the selling or buying by smartphone. This is I have explained this. The basic of digital world is from marketing 4.0. That there are the state for it, the 5A, aware, appear, ask, act, and advocate. And then aware stage talk about the customer knows a product or brand, followed by the appeal stage when the customer become interested in the product or brand. And the customer will try to find out more about the product or related brand they ask. And if the information obtained secret in confined things, the customer, then there is a possibility that the customer will make a purchase or the customer will buy. And if the customer is satisfied with the product or service purchase, he will recommend the product or service to others or advocate. And the era of marketing 4.0, customer trial are moving from online to offline or vice versa. Yeah, and marketing 5.0, it is about how the next technology and new experience, new customer experience. Then marketing 5.0 talks about new experience in this era. Business optimization can be achieved if company utilize technology to benefit humanity. Here is optimization can be achieved in company utilizes technology to benefit humanity. Then the combination of technological and human force must be supported together. This support is referred to as next technology or bionic, meaning advanced technology always try to imitate human because humans are most mysterious creators, such like how to become how to make a robot, how to make everything by robotic like that. And here is the component of digital marketing cloud, that we should know that how to multi-channel marketing automation and content management tool, social media tool, analytic platform. So in marketing 5.0, the customer more smart. Here is the global entrepreneur index, because how the marketer become rising is indicating by entrepreneur. And the last is here I want to share the unique place in West Java, Indonesia. Wait. It is traditional go green marketing. Thank you for watching.
Okay, I guess this is the end of presentation. We thank you, Dr. Sundari, for your beautiful presentation. Are there any questions, dear participants or dear colleagues? Okay, if If no more questions, then we thank you again, Dr. Sundari, and we'll continue with Zairihan Abdul Halim, Dr. Zairihan Abdul Halim from Malaysia, with his presentation, Young Adults Readiness to Invest in Stock Markets. The word is yours.
Assalamualaikum and very good morning and good afternoon from wherever you are. I'm Zairihan Abdul Halim, Senior Lecturer at Faculty of Business, Economics and Social Development, University of Malaysia Terengganu. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Murad for inviting me to speak at this symposium. So my presentation, as mentioned before, is rather on the finance, a bit of finance research area, which is young adults readiness to invest in the stock market. And this is the data from Malaysia Bursa. So this paper is co-authored with my colleague from UMT, University of Malaysia Terengganu. And then it is still in still under progress. We haven't submitted it to any journal yet. Okay. So Bursa Malaysia, as reported by the World Bank Data Bank recently, I have seen that is among the top 20 active stock exchanges, including Turkey and then China and some other developed markets in the world like UK, Japan. Yeah, so this is among the top 20 active stock exchanges traded by measured by stock market turnover, where over 900 companies are listed and traded. Okay, and then we know that from the literature, we learned that retail participation is important. Why? Because it will contribute positively to market liquidity and resilience. How is that possible? Because we know that retail traders, retail investors, they tend to go for short-term trading, and then institutional investors tend to do buy and hold investment, like they buy stocks and then they hold for a long term. And then when they see good opportunity, or when they do window dressing, they will sell the stocks to get profit for their beneficiaries. Okay, so we need retail participation to also balance and to counterbalance the size or the portion of stocks held by institutional investors in the market. And then the government of Malaysia currently aspires and encouraging investment, retail participation by the youth, the Malaysian youth, because of the reasons I mentioned earlier, because the market needs liquidity, and then because the presence of retail participation will contribute to the resilience of the stock market. So in 2019, when Tun Mahathir was in administration, he did launch a national strategy for financial literacy, and then part of the agenda is the strategic priority number 5, which is to create an informed investor base who can make informed investment decisions, to familiarize them, the investors, the public, prospective investors with the investment instruments available on the capital market. Okay, these are among the initiatives taken by the capital market regulators. Our Bursa Malaysia and then Securities Commission Malaysia. So this is what they are doing. It seems like they are marketing the stock market for Malaysian. They're promoting stock market for young people. So among others, InvestSmart is one of the initiatives by the Securities Commission Malaysia, launched in 2014, which aimed to educate the general public on a range of investment-related topics. They also educate people on how to make informed decisions, how to manage risks, how to manage the investment portfolio. And then Bursa Malaysia also launched a one-stop portal to educate current and prospective retail investors on the instruments traded on Bursa, right? And then I myself has opened an account with Bursa Malaysia, like Marketplace or Bursa Academy. Is really a rich tool and one-stop center where we can go and get some materials. There are rich materials on investment, and then we can also create a game for youngsters, for youth, so that they can do some stock simulation, trading simulation, to get familiar with the stock code and buying or selling stocks. So they are currently doing this. And then most universities in Malaysia now has established this young investor club, which is chartered by Bursa Malaysia itself. And then these clubs are quite active in terms of promoting investment, stock investment, or derivative investment among the youngsters, among the students in the universities. So both private and public universities have this young investor club that they frequently organize webinars, and then stock trading competition with among the universities, intervarsity. Yeah. Okay, what's the problem we're facing in Malaysia is that although the retail participation of the investors is increasing, but based on the recent data reported by this analyst, Go, in 2020, only less than 3% of overall investors, overall retail investors, are young adults aged between 18 and 25 years old. And then, so there are not many either among those above 25 to 40. So most of them are like 40 and above. Okay, we found that retail investors are mostly from those aged 40 and above. Yeah, so the mission to attract young people. Okay, young people, especially the majority Malays in Malaysia, we are multicultural, multiracial country. We have the dominant group of Malay or Bumiputra, and then we have Chinese and Indian, also other ethnicities. So the participation by the Malay group has been very little. Yeah, this is partly challenged by their lack of awareness on investment, and also low financial literacy as reported by previous studies. So our objective in this research is primarily to examine the role of investment literacy, perception of stock investment, whether they perceive stocks as risky, or whether they perceive the benefits of investing in stocks, or the complexity of investing in stocks. And financial advisors, also others information channels like parents, peers, books, internet, yeah, not only financial advisors. And then they were influencing young adults' readiness to invest in the stock market. So we built several hypotheses based on the literature. First, there is considerable amount of research on financial literacy, not much on investment literacy. There is huge, I would say, huge literature on financial literacy, where they find that Financial literacy will improve confidence and prepares individuals for tough financial decisions through strategies that mitigate risk and reduces the entry cost to purchasing complex securities like stocks, derivatives. Yeah, and then there has been a finding that subjective or objective financial literacy both also influence the decision to invest in stock or intention to invest in stock. But there is very limited research that looks at the investment literacy per se, because investment literacy focuses on questions or concepts regarding investment in the capital market. So we formulate this hypothesis. Investment literacy is positively associated with young adults' readiness to invest in stocks. Secondly, we look at perception. So different people have different perceptions on investment, right? Especially stocks. And most of them tend to think that stock investment is risky compared to mutual funds, compared to bonds, and then fixed savings, right? Fixed income. Previous studies have shown that perceptions of individual capability, risk, and outcome of investment have been argued as important factor determining individual decision to invest, right? And also other households' financial decision. So there are studies that are looking at how the image of complexity and the usefulness of investing in stocks, or the benefits of investing in stocks, influence individuals to invest or not, right? So we formulate the second hypothesis, which is perceptions of stock investment significantly influence young adults' readiness to invest in stocks. And then the third one, social influence or social interactions. So it is argued that people who are more sociable, who interact with other peoples or with other materials, either with persons or through digital platforms, they are more exposed to information about the stock market. And so since they are more exposed to the information, the influence, investment influence, then it is logic to think that they are more likely to consider, they are more open to stock investment. So this leads us to this, the third hypothesis, which is social interactions significantly influence young adults' readiness to invest. All right, this is our research methods. We do a survey questionnaire through fieldwork as well as through Google Forms. Yeah, because when we did this survey, actually that was the first quarter in 2020. So there's increased cases of COVID infection, so we need to resort to online survey. Previously, we did fieldwork. We visited several universities, and afterwards we resort to online survey. So our questionnaire has 4 main parts, which is the first one asking about the demographic details of the respondent, and then the second one measures. We try to measure the investment literacy of the respondent. So how do we do that? We use 17 quiz type financial investment literacy questions, questions, and then these are validated by field experts. Okay, we approach several evaluators from among lecturers as well as among industry panels, and then this questionnaire is also pre-tested. Yeah. So our sample is collected using confidence sampling method, and then we managed to collect valid responses, as many as 500 responses from public and private university students. Okay, we analyze our data using audit audit probabilistic regression, and then we did a two-stage method as well. Okay, this is distribution of our sample. So based on what you can see on this slide, we have quite a balanced distribution between the gender, male and female. They have about 200 plus each. And then, as I said before, we have three main ethnicities in Malaysia: Malay, Chinese, and Indian. So Malay respondents constitute about 67% of the sample. This is comparable with the general population in Malaysia, 60 something, yeah. And then Chinese is about 21% of the sample. And then we have Indian students, about 10% from the sample. Across income groups, we have high income groups, 10,000 and above, which is only 12% of the sample. And then for a middle income group, yeah, 6 to 10,000 ringgit Malaysia is 70%. And then the largest group being those in the low level of income group. And then we also differentiate our sample across areas of study. This is important, as I will explain later. So the largest group being from business, economics and management area of study, and then we have arts and humanities, followed by engineering and technology students, and then math and science only takes about 7.8% from the sample. Okay, so these are the questions we asked in the investment literacy quiz. We can see that there are three questions that they are good at, because as more than 60% of them answered correctly, like the fifth question, asking on how savings with a particular amount with a particular interest rate will lead to, I mean, the growth of the money by how much. Okay, and then we have this question like stock mutual fund combines the money of many investors to buy a variety of stocks. So most of them answered correctly. This is the highest percentage of correct answers. Okay, and then the relation between high return and high risk and return relationship in investment. So most of them can answer correctly. And then we have three answers that mostly most students cannot answer correctly. Like the first one, it is very basic question, but most of them answered incorrectly, like investment in a stock provides share of ownership in a company. So this seems to tell us that they do not even know the basic meaning of what it means to be an investor. Yeah. Okay, every stock market performs the following function. It allows a common stock to be traded. So 60% of them answered incorrectly. And followed by concepts on mutual funds. Yeah, mutual funds have a sure yield that depends on the previous yield. Okay. All right. So with regard to investment readiness index, we measured readiness through few questions that are equally weighted. Yeah. So we find out that the readiness index, the highest being 4, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 4. So the lowest being 0. It seems that overall our students in Malaysia are not really ready to adopt stock investment. Yeah, while most studies previously measured their a decision to invest, I think that because we know that students are not income earners yet, they are studying, Yeah, undergraduates are studying, so most of them do not earn income. So it would be a bit inaccurate to measure the decision to invest. So instead, we measure their readiness to invest, because they have been exposed to investment information, investment literacy campaign by the government agencies. So we suppose that they have this kind of knowledge and perhaps skill, because some universities have already had the stock trading simulator or trading lab, trading room, right? So most of them are exposed to the stock market. Okay, so we measure readiness instead of their decision to invest or not, whether they have the CDS account or trading account or not. Okay, so across ethnicities, or perhaps I should touch on the gender difference first. We see that the male students are more ready to adopt stock investment compared to female students. Yeah, because the score, the index score is higher than that of female counterpart. And then across ethnicities, this is consistent with anecdotal evidence that Chinese students or Chinese groups tend to be more exposed and more open towards investment, stock market investment. So we get a similar observation that Chinese students are more ready to consider stock investment. Okay, and then across areas of study, we find that math and science students, and followed by business, economics, and management students, are more ready they are more ready to invest in stocks. This is understandable because investment or trading in the stock market or the capital market needs this kind of knowledge, mathematics, as well the knowledge in business economics. Yeah. Okay. Across income groups, we find that those in the middle income group, yes, for 6,000 to 10,000 ringgit Malaysia, they are more likely to consider. They are more likely to be ready to invest in stocks compared to those in the lower income group. Yeah. Okay. So here's the distribution of. I'm sorry, my office is next to the main road. It's a bit noisy. Okay, this is the frequency distribution of our investment literacy score. We can see that it's a bit hump-shaped. It's skewed towards the left, meaning that overall the investment literacy score is low. They did a low score. Okay, so we try to get it more understandable, presentable in terms of how do we understand how low is low. So we adapt from the university grading system. We classify the low, medium, and high based on these marks. Yeah, marks in percentage form. So we can see that 55% of our respondents scored the marks below than 50. Yeah, so that is about 276, more than half of the sample size. So we can conclude here that overall, Malaysian students in the universities or college, private or public universities, they have low level of investment literacy. Okay, we performed a two-stage ordered probit regressions. Our main baseline regression is just ordered probit regressions, and then we find out that based on the argument from the literature, there might be endogeneity problem with regard to the measurement of investment literacy. Okay, we find that there is indeed endogeneity concern in this analysis, as indicated by the correlation between the areas of I score, investment literacy score, and the readiness index. Okay, and then this result justifies the use of two-stage regression instead of the normal audit probit regressions. And then this is quite an advanced this is an extended regression analysis from data package. So we cannot find the normal endogeneity test or how to validate the validity of our instruments. So we base this test on previous studies that uses wall tests to indicate that to test whether our instruments are strongly significant or are valid. So we performed wall tests, and then we find that both instruments are significant or jointly significant. Okay. All right. From this results, we find that investment literacy I-score depicted by I-score here is positive, and then it is positive and significant statistically and economically, and then also the perception of the benefits and the benefits of stocks investment is also positive and significant. And then we see that parents play an important role in this context, right? So the way we ask is we list down several sources or information channels: parents, financial advisors, internet, peers. So we ask which of the following information channels that influence the student most when it comes to stock investment. Where did they get information on stock investment or investment in general, right? So we find that parents has an influence in the readiness to invest in stock. Okay, next is financial advisor. Financial advisor also plays an important role here. Okay, those who interact or communicate or talk about stock investment with financial advisors, they are more ready to invest in stocks. Okay, we also conduct additional results for robustness checks. First, we do subsample analysis for Malay sample and numeracy skill sample. Why Malay sample? Because they are the dominant group in Malaysia, the dominant ethnicity in Malaysia. So it is in fact the most low-income families came from this group of ethnicity. And then we look at numeracy skill. So numeracy skill is defined as those students doing math and science course, as well as those in business and management, economics and business management. So we assume that these groups have numeracy skill. Yeah. So what we find out is the coefficient value of investment literacy score is also economically significant in the Malay subsample test results. Yeah, although the investment literacy score overall is low for this group, but if they have higher investment literacy, then they are more likely to be ready to invest in stocks. And that the magnitude impact of investment literacy score is lower for the subsample of students with higher numeracy skills. So this indicates the importance of mathematics as well as economics and business subjects in the university, because it will develop some numeracy skills to the students, and with that they are exposed to information on stocks or on investment, and then they are more likely to be familiar with stock investment, right? Okay, we also use alternative measure of investment literacy, which is computed based on item response theory. So similarly, we get the results that I score. The investment literacy score is significant economically towards the readiness of students to invest in stocks, and other results also remain intact, like perceptions of stock investment and the influence of parents and financial advisors. So basically, in summary, we provide evidence showing that first, investment literacy is positively associated with young adults' readiness to invest. And then the perceptions of stock investment, whether they perceive the benefits or the complexity of investment, also influence their readiness to invest in stocks. And then finally, we also provide evidence showing that social interactions, those who talk about stock investment with their parents and with financial advisors, they are more likely to be ready to invest. So in conclusion, so this also provides some implications for the current policy initiatives. We can conclude that the low level of investment literacy, especially among the Malay and Indian students, as we observed in this study, and that those from low-income families, suggests that future intervention, like InvestSmart campaign, investment literacy campaign, they should pay close attention to these groups. For now, I would say, I can say that from my observations, most of the committees for Bursa Young Investment Club in Malaysia mostly are Chinese. So it seems to me that Malay students are less interested in this kind of initiative, yeah, this kind of investment. Okay, and then despite low level of investment literacy, we found that undergraduates perceive the benefits of starting the investments early. This is in our questionnaire, and they recognize the risk associated with stocks, hence the necessary knowledge and skills. And the third one, we highlight the role of parents. Our analysis highlights the role of parents as effective agent that shapes children's financial institutes, and financial advisors as being the trusted sources of investment advice, as these are the groups that it seems that the students prefer asking or talking about investment with their parents and financial advisors. Yeah, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abdul Halim, for your presentation. Are there any questions from the participants? Wait for a few minutes. As far as I know, some countries, like Sweden, give at the high school level financial literacy lectures. And the ratios are very high. For example, 70% of Swedes are into the financial markets, as far as I know. But in world average is roughly 20%, as far as I know. Do you want to comment, Dr. Abdul Halim, any more about this? Do you know what are the ratios in Malaysia, for example?
The ratio, financial literacy in Malaysia?
Yes. How many people are into the markets in Malaysia, for example, the financial markets?
How many people involved in
the ratio? The ratio of the people that are into the markets?
Sorry, Doctor, I cannot hear you clearly. How many what?
What is the percent that are into the financial markets in Malaysia, for example? Do you know?
How many percent, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, currently, recently the average is about 20% retail retail investors in the stock market. Yeah.
So it's nearly the world average.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for your presentation again. In line in our presentation program is Dr. Viranda Kairai from India. However, as far as I know, another presenter, Saktivel Annamalai Manikum, has some time restrictions, and therefore he wants to be next one if Mr. Rai or the Dr. Rai gives his line. Is it possible or not? I have to kindly ask Dr. Rai for his action.
Yeah, so Dr. Rai has asked me to make the presentation on his behalf. So I will be running the.
Is it possible? Okay, is it possible that Professor Manikum gives a presentation and then you continue after him, or not?
He has a problem with speech.
Mr. Saktivel, are you there? Are you ready for presentation? Sorry, excuse me, my friends. Mr. Saktivel, are you there? Yes, I see you are there. Are you ready for your presentation?
Yes, we are ready. Rai. Okay, we can start. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll do that.
No.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rai, for your kindness again. Our next presentation is Professor Manikum. So the word is yours.
Okay. So we'll start. Yeah. All right. So on behalf of Dr. Viranda Rai, I am making the presentation, and this is about a relational and systemic approach to service pricing. So he is going to share the work he has done in this area. So what we are going to cover is introduction on the topic, then describe the elements of the service pricing framework, meta model used, and use cases for implementing the service pricing model, units used, and implementation detail. So these are the topics. As you know, pricing is integral part of any service engagement, and pricing as a part of engagement contract impacts engagement outcomes, service outcomes, and influences the operating model for service engagement execution. The service paradigm is relational as opposed to transactional, and hence service pricing strategies must also be relational. Service pricing must be systemic too, taking into account the contextual variables and objectives of the engagement and dynamic interplay thereof. The elements considered for the pricing framework are the units, contextual parameters, the objectives, considerations, value propositions, simulation and optimization. These are the elements considered for the pricing framework. The model has been described through this diagram, where the service engagement is characterized by the fact of engagement, which constitutes the engagement context and impacts the pricing strategy, and that helps attain the objective. So that's how the overall meta model for pricing has been captured. The use cases for illustrating service pricing model, two of them have been considered: IT service management, ITSM, cloud services, infrastructure as a service, IaaS, as the second use case has been considered. The contextual variables and objectives of IT services management model use case are enlisted here. Contextual variables are tickets, resources, and the tenure. And the objectives are defined as the greater availability and higher efficiency. Greater availability in terms of service level agreement, compliance, lesser downtime, efficiency in terms of throughput, application throughput, and also the cost. Percentage decrease over the tenure of engagement. The model, causal model for IT services management has been described in this diagram. And you can see the multiple aspects that have an influence on each other are represented here. What it also includes is things like error database effectiveness, events, problem frequency. Multiple aspects are represented here. The preventive and proactive problem management loops have been described. On the left-hand side, you have preventive problem management loop consisting of application maturity, incident frequency, problem frequency, and resolved errors. On the right-hand side, there is a proactive problem management loop, which has been described here. Now here we are looking at known error database effectiveness on the left-hand side, where the effectiveness is associated with the average resolution time, workarounds, resources. And on the automation loop, we have resources and efforts required, how they are interconnected. Now, cloud services as a use case, the second aspect, has the three major cloud services considered: infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. We have chosen infrastructure as a service as for the illustration purpose, which is the earliest cloud service within the cloud computing paradigm. IaaS allows a firm to quickly ramp up its computing power without incurring capital expenditure. That's the main benefit. All types of cloud services, including IaaS, pricing has always been a major concern with both service providers and clients. So cloud service as a use case, pricing issues for typical cloud service has two aspects: system level design and optimization to gain maximum output out of variable and scalable resource capacity, and the economic concept of fairness and competitive pricing. These two constraints ensure that pricing mechanism is market competitive and is not biased at the same time, giving enough flexibility to the clients to optimize their resources and costs. These two aspects reinforce the need to study the cloud pricing strategies at a system level, since a systemic view can not only help optimize the overall resource requirements for the client, but also for the vendor. Now, each of the pricing strategies, fixed, variable, and a combination, will work better in than others in specific situations. But with increasing complexity of service offerings, these strategies are not enough. Contextual variables and objectives of IaaS have been captured on this slide. Contextual variables include uncertainty, criticality, connectivity, time of service, and objectives are primarily higher availability and higher efficiency. The optimum pricing model would be able to meet the required objectives of the client with highest cumulative payoff for both the client and the vendor. Identifying such pricing model requires a holistic approach that includes all pricing determinants in the form of objectives and contextual variables. The causal structure of infrastructure as a service is represented here, where you can see the propensity to use cloud services is influenced by multiple aspects like security, usability, and the vendor piece is also influenced by multiple variables. The causal structure for infrastructure as a service has also been captured here. And quality of service, availability aspects, response time aspects are all represented here. The pricing units, the two loops, the three loops actually, that have been represented are budget balancing loop, hardware utilization loop, and cloud usage loop. All three loops have been captured in terms of the associated variables. The pricing unit for ITSM and cloud services are in terms of resolved ticket number, resources, pricing, known error database effectiveness percentage, root cause analysis numbers, changes numbers, and on the right hand side, the cloud services are measured in terms of the time of usage, SLA based pricing, vendor support capacity, etc. The implementation detail covered causal structure converted in system dynamics stock and flow model. The stock and flow model is simulated with different policy alternatives. The model is calibrated with real data and optimized, and the policies most suitable for client and service providers are being chosen for implementation. So in our study, the service desk, incident management, event management, and problem management were implemented. In conclusion, service pricing is not a zero-sum game. It is possible to choose a pricing strategy which works both for service provider and service consumer. The market for service offerings has evolved into a very demanding and competitive landscape, and the impact of it is directly felt on how vendors bid and secure contracts. Vendors often, due to pressure from competitors or with the hope of a long-term relationship with the client, underbid to secure contracts, leading to a phenomenon called the winner's curse. And this can be very damaging to, especially in the case of large contracts. The very first and possibly the most crucial step is drafting a contract that maximizes both client and the vendor payoffs. Pricing is a crucial part of contracts with major strategic and operational implications. So so that's the slide, and Dr. Ryan has requested that if there are any queries, please feel free to send your emails communication, and then he will get back. Yeah, on the mail. Yes.
Okay. Thank you again for your presentation. Now we will continue. If there are no more questions, we will continue with Professor Saktivel. Thank you again for your presentation.
Thank you again. Thank you. Bye.
So the word is yours, Professor Saktivel. You will talk about marketing innovation, value chain model, and theory and practice. So we are waiting curiously for your presentation. Okay, please, can you, okay.
There is no voice. I cannot hear you.
Yes, I can also not hear you, Mr. Professor Saktivel.
Any trouble?
Professor Saktivel, do you hear me?
Yes, now.
We cannot your voice yet.
I can hear you, but low.
What should we do, Professor Selim? Should we wait for Sakura?
What can I do that? I don't understand what's the problem is.
So we
Maybe
see
you can begin.
We see the presentation, but we can't hear you.
You can start presentation. I hear you when you're talking.
No.
Hocam ne yapayım? Yani şu anda sesi çözmemiz lazım. Belki bir an bağlanması gerekiyor. Şu anda sesi tamamen kısılı.
Tekrar bağlansın.
Bilmiyorum ki ne yapacağız.
Ha, değişik bir şeyler oluyor ya, dur bakalım. Bizim
O ekranını kapattı profesör. Duymuyorlar. Hocam daha sonra birisi var mı? Her şey var. Şeyden Hollanda'dan gelen doktor Profesör Christoph van Pumberg burada, istiyorsan onunla devam edelim.
Yes, yes. Okay, let's go on, Professor, Associate Professor, Mr. Christoph. Christoph, do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Welcome back again, our symposium. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Shall I start my presentation?
Yes. Mr. Üstün, let's start with Mr. Christoph. Okay. It's your turn.
All right, thank you.
So we are waiting for your presentation, Dr. Pumberg.
Can you see my my first slide? Oh, your mic is muted. I didn't hear.
Yeah.
Okay, so that means I can get started. Good morning, everyone. Welcome from the Netherlands. I'm really pleased to be here today. My name is Christoph van Pijnbroek. It's a very difficult name to pronounce. Actually, Belgian name. I'm Belgian, but I work in the Netherlands. I work as an associate professor of international marketing at the Rotterdam University of Applied Sciences in the Netherlands. And today, I would like to give a presentation about a recent research project that I conducted together with some of my colleagues about how we can develop or make students, so marketing graduates, more employable upon graduation by developing their intercultural competences during their study. Because what you basically see these days when we talk to entrepreneurs and to small and medium-sized enterprises, but even also larger enterprises, that because of the ever-globalizing business world, they are basically looking for marketing graduates that are able to behave appropriately and effectively in the increasingly globalizing international marketing context. So what I would like to talk about today is how we developed an internationalization at home program for our marketing students, and how this helped them to develop their intercultural competences, which in turn made them more employable by the time they graduated. I would like to start off with some theoretical foundation. The theoretical foundation of the research, as already mentioned, because of the the ever globalizing business world, international companies basically forced them or stimulated them to start looking for marketing graduates that are able to behave appropriately and effectively in international business context, just in order to remain competitive as a business. And I underlined appropriately and effectively because both of these aspects are really important. On the one hand, of course, they want employees that manage to get the job done, but at the same time, they also want to make sure that they can preserve the relationship. So that's why appropriately is very important as well. And a lot of research has been done about the different skills that are perceived as employable. And basically what it comes down to is that companies are looking for graduates, marketing graduates that have certain transferable skills. So basically skills that they learned in a non-business environment that they could actually use in an international marketing environment. And those include flexibility, adaptability, but also resilience and intercultural intelligence. And it's these last two aspects that we focus on in our research, and how can developing intercultural resilience and intercultural intelligence in students make them more employable once they enter the business world. So several studies showed that intercultural competences and intercultural resilience are linked to graduate job performance. They're basically perceived as doing their job better than graduates that do not have these skills. And they are considered to be essential employability competences. So that was a starting point of our research. And basically, when you look at the literature and also in the practice, intercultural competences can be developed in several ways. There's several ways you can do this, and the one that's probably best known is international student mobility. Just send students abroad for half a year or a year for study or placement, and then they will develop necessary intercultural competences. But also other ways. For instance, the international classroom, and that's something that we invest in heavily in the Netherlands. Basically means that we try to get a student population that's culturally diverse and also nationally diverse. So international students combined with Dutch students, so domestic students, have them work together in project groups in order to develop these skills. And there's also an internationalization at home program, and this is something that became very popular during the COVID pandemic, because we're unable to send students abroad, but still we wanted to make sure that they develop all these skills. And so basically internationalization at home program means that you're going to develop international skills and intercultural skills at home without having to send students abroad. Now, the effectiveness of the international student mobility has been demonstrated in the past by various studies, but actually very little research has been done on the effectiveness of an internationalization home program on the development of intercultural competences, nor on the moderating effect that this internationalization at home program has on the way students develop their intercultural competences when they go abroad for study and placement. And basically what we want to find out is that if it's possible to develop students' intercultural competences at home, to see if this, if this could make them more employable once they enter the business world. Now, in terms of research design, we conducted a longitudinal study, quantitative study, which ran over 4 years among a representative sample of Dutch undergraduate students in marketing. And we use a standardized measurement test called the IRC, which is basically a questionnaire that measures intercultural intelligence in terms of 4 constructs. We also conducted some schema-structured interviews with international SMEs and larger enterprises in order to find out to what extent they identified intercultural competences as one of the employability skills. There's a number of cohorts that we used, And in terms of analysis, we use analysis of dependence, repeated measures ANOVA, and some more basic bivariate analysis. The interview transcripts were analyzed by means of grounded theory. Okay, now what were our objectives? Well, first of all, as I already mentioned, explore the impact of an international study mobility program on student employability through an internationalization at home program. So first find out if we manage to train students in international competences, see if this would make them more employable, but at the same time, if offering this program would help them to develop their intercultural skills more when they went abroad for study or placement. Okay, now what did we find? Well, first of all, and this is something we were actually not looking for, is that the international classroom, so basically having a student population within one cohort that's a mixture of domestic students and international students, that the international classroom actually helps students to develop their intercultural competence on all four constructs, actually without having to leave the country. First of all, we saw that the initial level of international students was higher, significantly higher than that of Dutch students. So they outperformed the Dutch students on all four constructs. But more importantly, when we retested them 3 years later at the end of the bachelor program, then we basically found that the students in the international classroom, the international population, they progressed more significantly than students that were not participating in the international classroom, basically just Dutch students. And they progressed significantly, so more on all four constructs. So basically, it was something we were not looking for, like a happy accident that we found in our research. Okay, now the most important thing that we wanted to find out is whether this internationalization at home program would help us to develop students' intercultural competences and hence making them more employable in a marketing context. And we found that for both cohorts, so international and non-international classroom, that this was indeed the case for at least on two of the four constructs: intercultural sensitivity and building commitment. And this is of course the thing that we were very interested in, to see what the effect of the year abroad was. Our students have to go abroad for 1 year for study and placement. They basically go all over the world. A lot of students going to Asia, and we wanted to find out if this also helped them to develop the intercultural competences. And actually what we found, this is inconsistent with what we found in the literature, is that just sending students abroad for 1 year does not necessarily mean that they will significantly develop their intercultural competences. This could be because at that point, this cohort, developing intercultural competence was not explicitly identified as a learning goal for students. So basically we found that students that went abroad for 1 year did not perform better in terms of these four constructs than students that had not gone abroad yet. And also when you look at their own development, when you look at their performance in year 1 and at the end of year 4 when they came back, actually they did not progress significantly. Now, of course, we were interested if that would also hold true after after students participated in an internationalization at home program, because that was another cohort. So there were other students that actually had participated in an internationalization at home program, which basically consists of a number of interventions and assignments in classes in the first 3 years of their study. Now, what we wanted to find out is that when those students went abroad for study and placement, when they came back, if they actually developed their intercultural competence skills. And what we found is that they actually did. So those students that when they came back from the year in Asia for study and placement, they did progress significantly on all four constructs, which basically made us conclude that the impact of the year abroad is actually high, provided that it is offered in conjunction with an internationalization of their own program. So if they follow this program prior to going abroad, we saw that they started developing these skills significantly and actually tremendously. They made a lot more progress than students that hadn't done this. Basically, this also means, because we verified this with recruitment officers in the Netherlands, that this actually made them more desirable as graduates, as hires after they graduated. So this is basically the same as what I just said. When you see that we compared the group that did not get the internationalization at home program and the students that did get the internationalization at home program, at the end of their study, we can see that the students that did get the program, they significantly outperformed the students that did not get the program on all 4 constructs, which basically means that thanks to this program, it's kind of a small program, not like it was a very large part of the curriculum. It actually helped them to develop these skills, which apparently, according to business professionals, made them more attractive as potential hires. So what were the conclusions of our research? Well, first of all, intercultural competences are indeed perceived as valuable transferable skills by employers that enhances their employability. So marketing graduates that have these competences were perceived as more employable. The international classroom, which basically means that you mix domestic students with international students and exchange students, also has a positive impact on the intercultural competence development, even without sending them abroad. So before they went abroad for study and placement, they had already developed these competences, less than the students that had also gone abroad, but they still were able to develop these skills. They are especially interesting for students that can't afford to go abroad, for instance, because there are quite a large number of students that are unable to go abroad simply because it's financially too expensive. While offering them an internationalization at home program also helps to develop these intercultural skills, which in turn will make them more employable. And that for us was the main takeaway. And then the final conclusion is that if you combine the internationalization at home program with an actual study abroad, so a year study abroad, so student mobility, and then the impact is even larger, because the internationalization at home program kind of functions as a catalyst that expedites and enhances development of these intercultural competences during the year abroad. I think that's my final slide. Now, at the bottom, you can see a reference to the paper that we published about this, not that long ago. I'm not sure how much time I need. I hope I stayed within the allotted 20 minutes. Well, thank you for your attention. And in case you're interested in our research, feel free to connect on our LinkedIn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Christo, for your presentation. It's really interesting and helpful to all students. Thank you again. Mr. Christo?
Thank you again, Dr. Kronberg. So if Professor Saktivel.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Surprise.
You are there.
Good to hear you.
But one handicap is you cannot see me actually. Either you hear me or see me.
Congratulations, my friends. You are good.
Yeah, because,
good job.
I thought actually, like you like to, hear me more than seeing me.
Okay.
So I just,
if we can see your presentation, then no problem for us.
Yes.
We are waiting for your presentation. Okay.
Yes, right away. It's there.
Yes.
Yeah, can you? So this is the university which I recently joined, because I was in Middle East and I was in Cyprus for many years. So recently I came back to India, and I connected with Professor Murad long back, and he invited me to this great symposium we're all doing now. the theme which I'll be presenting today is about marketing innovation value chain model, theory and practice, which I'm doing for the last 5 years. The ongoing research, which I am sharing with you. The research is not complete. Still, we are going. So this is the industry-based research. Actually, it is not a very conventional research. Actually, I see many of you are done. Actually, it's a very in-detail research. It's more of a research which we are doing on companies. So those involved in different innovation, and we trying to identify like what are the aspects which they are doing and trying to find this, especially on the marketing innovation. Okay, so I trying to develop a model which we call marketing innovation value chain model. So that is what we'll be seeing today. But also how we can implement this model. You know, see, we have a model, the value chain model, but how in the real life the company can implement this model, we call enablers. And also I will be sharing some of the types of marketing innovation, okay, with some examples which already the companies are doing. In a video. Okay, so this is a bit different from we see numbers and all these things. It's more of a visual treat we see today. So marketing innovation value chain model, theory and practice. So let us start with the marketing innovation value chain model. So when actually, because this is done on the numerous companies actually, because I was
Mr.
studying,
Mr. Sackwell, please, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I would like to ask a quick request, please. Could you please speak slowly a little more?
Yes. Okay. I'll speak slowly.
Thank you for your kind. Okay. Let's go, please.
Okay. So the marketing innovation value chain model, it's a part of my ongoing research, which I'm doing for many years with different companies, because I'm studying the local companies and global companies where I have worked. And that is how I arrived at this model. Okay, so what you're seeing here. So it's all start with the problem. So any innovation which happens, it has to start with the problem. So the problem is the origin of everything what we do. The company is always trying to find solutions where the consumers have problems. So if you have any innovation model, it does not address the the particular problem, then there is no innovation happen. So we can even start with the ATMs or many other things, the age-old the innovations which we've been seeing for many years. It all starts with giving solution to the problem. So we all agree, from a marketing standpoint, the problems are the origination of anything the company wants to do, and the problems leads to the need actually. So normally the need. We normally categorize needs into two categories. One is the physical need and the social need. So the consumers have the problems and they recognize the problems, and the problems are solved by two types of needs. One is the physical need and other is the social need. The physical need is, suppose I'm buying a car just for a transportation. So I don't look at any brands or models. So I will just buy a car and drive because this is only for my transportation. But when we going for the social need, because I'm not just buying any car, but I want to buy a specific brand, specific model. That is where a lot of actually the innovations, everything comes into picture. So this is what we call the social need. So ultimately, you see the problems are the very important thing the company need to focus. And from the problem, they will identify the needs, whether the consumers have a physical problem or the social problems. So the pricing aspects which come here, based on the physical and the social problem. So when the consumer is looking for a physical problem, they don't actually, they don't look for the paying extra price. They will only look to, buy the product which is only the minimum price. But when the consumer is looking for a social problem, like it's like it needs to, wants to, demands. So when the expectations of consumers are increasing, the consumers normally like to pay more price. So we call the premium price. So that is where the needs are very important to be understood. The companies can find out actually what kind of a pricing they can do. That lead to the solutions. So even the company offers any solutions through their innovation, because when I show the types of innovation from examples, you will understand And that solution had to provide a value to the consumer. So today, as a marketer, today we are talking about not selling products and services. We are selling value, is it? The value to the consumer, and the consumer should appreciate the value. So if they do not appreciate the value, like example of Apple iPhone. Apple is launched for iPhone, all of us use it. Because if you don't see the value in the Apple iPhone, the consumer actually will not get satisfaction and also the happiness. So the very important thing, why we are talking about the satisfaction and happiness. The satisfaction and happiness is one thing which creates the loyalty. So you see the connect here. Because if Apple is launched iPhone from, like iPhone 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, now we are in iPhone 14. So every year Apple is launching, like iPhone. All of us are buying, isn't it? So if you're not satisfied, if you're not happiness, will you go back to the same iPhone? So that is where any innovation comes. Because I say the Apple is the personification of the innovation. So that is how actually they, make consumers come back to them. That satisfaction and happiness creates a loyalty. And that leads to the sustainable growth of the organization. So if you look at the marketing innovation value chain model, which starts with understanding the problems of consumers, that leads to dividing the needs into either you go for a physical need or a social need, which is really helpful for a company to focus on either you want to go for a pricing or you go for a branding. And ultimately that should offer a solution. So whether the consumer looking only for a price also, it should offer a solution. The consumer, those who look for a branding also, it should offer a solution. So that is where the two aspects which we call the physical need and social need. And that particular outcome should create a value to the consumer. So if consumer don't see value, if you don't appreciate it, definitely you will not have a satisfaction and happiness. So I'm also doing a research on the happiness also. Is there any difference for satisfaction and happiness? That research is also going on. So there is a difference between satisfaction and happiness. And that should lead to the loyalty. So the loyalty is very important for any companies to grow sustainably. So if you don't have a loyalty of consumer, the consumer cannot stay with you, they will not contribute, and your business will collapse. And ultimately leads to the growth. So this is what the marketing innovation value chain is. So now how the company will implement this innovation value chain model. So that is what I'm just going to share with you. This is, I got it from how the companies are implementing in the real life. So number one, whatever any innovation, the marketing innovation, if you are implementing, you need the involvement of consumers. So you have something which you are offering to consumers. If the consumers are not involved in that particular innovation, then that particular innovation will not become effective. So you have to ensure the involvement of consumers in that particular innovation process, because there is a process which is something new. The consumer need to be a partner for the particular innovation process. So the companies need to ensure the involvement of consumer in the particular process. So number two, the technology. Nowadays, we cannot avoid technology in any of our, like innovation. So the technology must be a part of it, because technology is the enabler in any business. Then the third one is engagement. So you need to engage the consumers in the particular innovation process. And it is not actually one-time engagement. It should be a continuous engagement. So the consumer need to continuously engage with the particular process. And that particular engagement should create an excitement. So this is the name of the game of any innovation. So you have to continuously excite the consumers. So whatever innovation you are offering, every time actually they involved in the particular innovation process, they give, like excited. So if the consumers are not excited, automatically they will go to the other competitors or other companies. Then that excitement needs to bring the experience. So this is also today we are talking about experiential marketing. The innovation process itself, like the great experience, the process which the company needs to offer to the consumer. And finally, all these aspects need to offer a value. So when the consumers are involved in that particular process, ultimately, if they don't see a value in any of the innovation process they're involved in, and it will not be actually enabling the consumers to come back to that particular innovation process. So these are all the aspects the company need to, focus. So right from the beginning, you need to involve consumers in every part of your innovation process, whatever you do. And if they are not a part of your, innovation process, so this is where we found out we call consumer as a partner. So do not look at consumer as a person who contribute to your business to grow your business, but you need to see consumer as a part of your business, as a partner to your business. So there are many incidents. I will show you some examples how you can make consumer as a partner for your business. It all starts with consumer involvement, technology, engagement, excitement, experience, and value. So from my study, I found out the 6 types of innovation which companies are, now involved in. Okay. It starts with the interactive innovation. We will see some example of it. Then integrated, access, retail, process, and experience. So there are 6 types of innovation I found out from my study from companies which are using. Okay, if you allow me, I will show you some of the videos actually which the companies are involved in that particular innovation. Then you will have an idea how that particular innovation happens. Okay. So I want to show the video actually. Just let me know whether you can hear the sound of that particular video. So I want to connect the sound. How can I do it? The video. Okay. Okay. Now we all know actually about this thing which comes from Amazon Go.
4 years ago.
So can you see the video? Is it visible?
Yeah.
This is actually the example of that interactive innovation. So how you involve consumers in the particular process.
We started to wonder, what would shopping look like if you could walk into a store, grab what you want, and just go? What if we could weave the most advanced machine learning, computer vision, and AI into the very fabric of a store so you never have to wait in line? No lines, no checkouts, no registers. Welcome to Amazon Go. Use the Amazon Go app to enter. Then put away your phone and start shopping. It's really that simple. Take whatever you like. Anything you pick up is automatically added to your virtual cart. If you change your mind about that cupcake, just put it back. Our technology will update your virtual cart automatically. So, how does it work? We used computer vision, deep learning algorithms, and sensor fusion, much like you'd find in self-driving cars. We call it Just Walk Out technology. Once you've got everything you want, you can just go. When you leave, our Just Walk Out technology adds up your virtual cart and charges your Amazon account. Your receipt is sent straight to the app, and you can keep going. Amazon Go. No lines, no checkout. No, seriously.
So this technology Amazon is launched, I think you all know that. And when they launched, people thought that actually will it work? Because the holy grail is like when you go for any hypermarket, supermarket, the line is big. So it's always killing our time. So Amazon come out of a technology, like when Amazon makes the transition from the online to offline, because Amazon also has offline stores. Okay, so this is a small store what you're seeing, but they also have the other big stores of 10,000 square foot in USA. It's called wholesale foods. Okay, so they use the same technology. Consumer can go with the app, you scan the app, and you go and buy the product and leave the place. You don't have to stand in the checkout. It's a more of an interact. And if you see the other video, actually, which is the interactive innovation, where you integrate both physical and digital. Okay, so when you go in for hypermarket, So how you use that actually, the physical and digital, the experience for the consumer. So this video actually by a company called Alibaba. You also heard of it, you know. It's a Chinese company. They see Alibaba is primarily an online company, but they have an offline supermarket. Okay, so this video will give you how you can connect.
Today we're at Neetu and Archana Maltiar's home in Whitefield, Bangalore. The family.
I gotta be honest with you. Grocery shopping used to be one of my least favorite retail activities. When I lived in the States, it was a tedious process that I avoided at all costs. But now that I'm living in China, it's one of the most enjoyable things I do on any given day. All thanks to Alibaba's Hema supermarket.
Clearly, I am not the only one who enjoys shopping here. Hema is one of the hottest retail destinations in China right now. Started off as just one store 3 years ago, and now there are many stores across multiple cities in China. And there are plans for as many as 2,000 over the next 5 years. But what makes Hema so popular?
Well, Alibaba has effectively digitized the entire grocery shopping experience and delivered it right to my mobile phone. Now I can get what I want, anytime, delivered anywhere I want it, with just a few taps of the thumb. And there are a ton of great features inside the store too, like the emphasis on fresh foods. One of the reasons people like to go to Hema instead of ordering online is to choose their own fresh foods. This cabbage right here has a big number 3 on it for Wednesday, which means it arrived at the store today. And the same goes for this milk right here too. When I get to Hema, I open the app and then off I go to fill my shopping cart. If I have any questions at all about a product, I just scan and see the full ingredient list, or I can see where it came from.
The app tracks all my purchases and browsing habits. That way Hema can make highly personalized recommendations the next time I shop. Like this morning when...
So this is what we call deep learning, you know. So in the marketing, we have to understand also the NLP, you know, the natural language processing. So we have to understand how consumers buy and believe. So that is how you see the Alibaba is digitized all the products they sell, and also you have an app you can connect and do it.
When I came in the store, the app recommended this coconut water. I guess by now, Hema knows I'm a bit of a health nut, but this looks really good, so I'm going to give it a shot.
And if you're not in the mood to go home and cook this Alaskan king crab yourself, they can do it for you here. Eat as you shop and get it all done. When I'm done shopping, I check out with Alipay.
All of these features make Hema a great modern supermarket. But if you really want to understand the magic of this store, you have to look up.
Those conveyor belts are located over the store because Hema also serves as a fulfillment center. In a sense, the market is the warehouse. And see these people running around with the Hema sweatshirts on?
You see the same hypermarket will act as online and offline. You see that this is integration. So they are bringing forth physical experience as also the digital experience.
They are fulfilling online orders. Once the order's filled, the bags, each with their own unique barcode, are sent to a packing room and then off for delivery. And with its sophisticated fulfillment system, Hema delivers in as fast as 30 minutes within a 3-kilometer radius, both groceries and cooked food. When I just don't feel like going to the store, I open the Hema app and fill my virtual shopping cart all the same. And because the app displays only what's available now at my local store...
See, actually, when you open your app, actually it identifies where you are based on the GPS. And it connects you to the nearest store. And nearest store, you will see actually the products which are available. So it's real time. So the app also works as a real time. So you don't want to go to a supermarket, you can order online. You will get the fresh products within 30 minutes.
I know I can get what I want, and I know it will come quickly. Market, food court, warehouse, and fulfillment center, all powered by a mobile app. Hema has definitely made my life easier. And this is just one of Alibaba's innovations to integrate online and offline retail. It's good to be a consumer in China.
So you see this, like how, like Alibaba uses, because it's one of the examples I'm just trying to show you that the people will have both the, like experience. You have a physical and digital. So I want to finish my session with one more thing, which is called access, the access innovation, how the companies are using that innovation to reach the consumer. Okay. And see, all these things, whatever you see, actually, these are all providing value to the consumers. Understand, at the end of the day, if you don't have value, the consumer will not come back to you. So see this video, actually, like this is called the Burger King started in Mexico.
To make my vision a reality, my Verilux progressive lenses provide seamless transitions from near to far, with every detail in sharp focus. That's seeing no limits. Verilux lenses by Essilor.
The Traffic Jam Whopper. We used real-time data to detect our potential buyers in a traffic jam to offer them a Whopper and deliver on the move.
Fernanda, buenos días. Señor Eduardo, buenas tardes.
¡Ay, qué bello!
Llegaste en chinga, cabrón. Me cagaba de hambre.
Our media was 100% dynamic, promoting our service only in...
You see that they will show you actually in the big screen that how much you'll get stuck up in the traffic. So you order, food through Burger King.
High congestion zones. By leveraging traffic and drivers' real-time data, we adjusted our billboards' location and content. The messages displayed information about the remaining time in traffic to order and personalized updates about
So they will also show you a personalized update, the person's name is displayed and you will get the product within 2 minutes.
Deliveries in progress. Also, Waze banner ads and push notifications invited drivers to get a Whopper as soon as they entered our delivery zones. People were able to use voice commands to place the order and avoid tickets. Finally, using the latest Google Maps APIs, our app pinpointed vehicle location and speed in order to deliver for the first time ever to a driver on the move. The delivery zones changed following the traffic light, making our service available when a gridlock was identified, always within a 3-kilometer radius from the restaurants.
Hola Mariana, ¿cómo estás?
¡Ay, te agarraría besos!
Lo siento, estoy en servicio.
In just 1 week, we increased delivery orders by 63%, and our daily app download rate increased 44 times, becoming the #1 fast food app, surpassing McDonald's, Domino's, and Starbucks in Mexico. Coming soon, Los Angeles, San Paulo, and Shanghai. The Traffic Jam Whopper.
Enjoy the...
So maybe even they'll start in Istanbul also soon. So you see that that kind of innovation, because I can show you numerous examples, so that is where I found out actually that technology is very important factor if you want to implement. Okay. So I love to give a workshop on this. Actually, it's a very big thing because we have very limited time to talk about. But ultimately, you see that the marketing innovation is very important and it has to involve the consumers. And you need to actually they make satisfy and happiness the consumer. You see all this, actually, the videos which I shared, the consumers see the value and they also feel happy and satisfied. So they go back to the same business, and that will help the business to grow. So thank you very much for the opportunity to make my presentation. And this is ongoing, actually, the work which I am just doing, which I am sharing with you. Thank you very much, Professor Murat and Geg.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Kafil.
Thank you. Are there any participants who will present? I see the name, but I don't know who he, she is. So if there are no other participants, we can give the break or lunch break, or if there are any participants who present, we can maybe take another 30 minutes or another 25 minutes. What do you suggest, Professor Sadek?
Mr. Easton,
yes.
I think other participants may be waiting for their own time.
Okay, okay.
Time. We can break time if you want, because I cannot see any other participants. I think other participants may be waiting for their own time, but it's up to you.
So then we will meet again at session 2 for all participants and for the presenters, for the colleagues. Thank you again for participation. So it's lunchtime. See you.
Okay.
No, we do not see the presentation.
This meeting is being recorded.
You can't see it?
No. So,
have you got any presentation slides, Mr. Antonio?
On slides, on the PowerPoint.
You can share your slides.
Excuse me, I think.
Okay.
At this moment, do we see it?
Yes.
Okay, excellent, excellent. So, thank you so much to all of you once again. First of all, I'd like to underline some points on the foundation of this work, on this communication. To do this communication on the background, we have a perennial role, which is identity. And of course, when we talk about identity and tourism, our goal is transforming identity in tourism experience. And an interesting point of view, it will be the stratification of tourism experience enhancers, which is an open process also in global integration. We have 5 Portuguese case studies: Lisbon, Braga, Belmonte, Óbidos, and Alto Douro Wine River, which I suppose you know, for example, when we talk about Oporto wine. And we have also models of tourism experience and the intangibility of the tourist offer, which sets it apart from other types of products when we talk about intangibility on tourism, and which bring us, of course, to tourism experience. Well, this work aims to highlight, to underline the opportunity of the stratification of identity attributes that enhance the destination's experience. In our research, based on qualitative approach, such as participant observations, surveys, and interviews, we have diagnosed factors that intensify the tourism experience. We have made the intersection of these published case studies, and this work alludes to the strategic importance of a convergent identity able to bring together mutual advantages between the needs of the tourists and the empowerment of the local communities. Well, we cannot speak about this theme without make a reference to the international system, to the international relations. Obviously, the international system is dominated by an issue of power, the power of the relations. However, in the last years, the role of the concept influence, as a concept, influence, has been increasing as a result of the global statement of democratic regimes. Now, tourism, because of all its numbers, is in fact not when we speak, for instance, about international law, but a main international actor, informal international actor, and we must underline its promoter capacity of this desired convergence of mutual advantages and a desired process of global integration. This has not been an easy path, especially after the fall of the Berlin Wall. There is an international resurgence of regionalism and exacerbates movements of identities. This structural reality has become more pronounced, as we saw just now at the moment in the international system. In the past, a few years ago, wars such as Yugoslavia and Democratic Republic of Congo are examples that illustrate this exacerbation of the identities and its potential to make international conflicts. Today, the exacerbation of the importance of the flags, the symbols, identities, whether it be about religion or, for instance, about football, for example, illustrate the so-called appropriation of symbolic reality. Tourism, while subsystem that enhances mutual understanding and therefore integration, has been rescuing identities as a way to promote and underline territories and people and respect its differences. This global capacity of tourism turned it as a main actor of integration in international relations, of course. So that's why it is interesting to refer. It is therefore important to discuss which mechanisms may be used in tourism systems, in order to give rise to new collective attitudes for the identity assumption. Identity assumption, which may somehow result in sustainable tourism and different tourism products, and thus reflecting the diversity of territories. Globalization is largely fed by the differences of the icons. This is an interesting point. The difference of the icons is like a food to the process of globalization. Identity involving anthropos, oikos, ethos, and chronos, and territories aspects, and the way of taking care also of these own aspects. When you talk about ethos, we are talking about a reality of identity, the values. When you talk about oikos, we are talking about another reality of identity, material matter. When we talk about anthropos, of course, we are talking about man. And when we talk about chronos, we are talking about time. There is no identity without time. We have to have time, we have to have man, material matters, and of course values to have identity. So, as I was saying, it is a kind of frontier between competition and conflict, between cooperation and integration. Identity have this power of making conflict, but also have the power to promote the integration process. Being the mutual understanding of the basis of cooperation of identities, it is important to study the identity as a global promoter concept of mutual advantages between local communities and tourists. Furthermore, the diagnosis of identity attributes that are the same tourist experience enhanced factors and also factors of local emancipation. Leo's tourist experience model that we are seeing at this moment gave the motto by highlighting, by underlying the factors inside here that tourist experience, that intensify the tourist experience up to a maximum level that operates a mind shift. And this is also the factors that at the same time can emancipate local communities. There is also in this place a kind of mutual advantages or a convergence of mutual advantages between tourists and local communities. However, a careful observation shows two aspects. First, in addition to enhance the experience, these factors are able to emancipate local communities, as I said. Secondly, because when we talk about experience, we talk about the intangible. This is obviously an open process that incorporates factor boosters. In the empirical context of Holy Week in Braga, Braga is the third city of Portugal at the north of the country. This paper, which we published recently, we discussed the tourist experience in a religious setting, strongly affected by symbolic, cultural, social, and economic aspects, as well as by a complex plan which the event takes place. In our qualitative approach, we have been diagnosing some factors that intensify the tourist experience, such as the traditions and the liminality between society and community. The conclusion that it's the experience that will capture all the meanings contained in the place between community and social way of life. Óbidos, other case study, the social cultural incorporation as an enhancer factor of tourism experience. This evaluation was made on medieval market of Óbidos in the west of Portugal, near Lisbon, and shows the importance of dressing clothes according medieval customs in order to incorporate in local identity. Other case study being legends, traditions, fairy tales, the history, the interaction, or the exotic, which means the involvement of local youth in the transmission of local identity. This involvement of the youth is very important. It shows values and enhancer factor observed in our work, this time in Belmont. Belmont is a place where we can find a strong Jewish presence, maybe the most strong Jewish presence in Portugal. We can say that meaning while through a survey of local population, it was possible to analyze the feelings and perceptions about these issues, both for tourism in general and in particular local Jewish contribution, considering structural reasons that will rise in the future. It was given a particular focus on youth contributions for assumptive identity for that heritage. Well, this is another case study also published, and in this case in Bairro Alto and in Mouraria in Lisbon, two different neighborhoods. It was interesting to note the emergence of different experiences depending on the different policies adopted for two typical neighborhoods. At the same city, at the same town, two typical neighborhoods with two kinds of experiences, depending, as I said, of the policies adopted in the place. In Bairro Alto, investors were allowed to take the decision on appropriation and use of the space. In Mouraria, there has been a process of integrated governance with the mobilization of the population resident and active forces in the neighborhood. In the first case, there were conflicts between new and old customs, assuming the tourist offer as a recreation of the night space centered on a public space of Bohemia in alcohol and in an atmosphere of party. It was interesting to note that in Mouraria, there is a community tourism involving local people on the process of taking care of their own space on the assumption of a heritage tourism experience. In Mouraria, it was increased an urban rehabilitation, defending identity of the neighborhood structures, promoting traditional lifestyles and rescuing their collective imaginary based on their own value systems. The importance of the autochthonous transmission of collective and symbolic memory and the autochthonous transmission of history and traditions is other enhancer experience factor found in our work. The freedom of experience option and a kind of nostalgia. This is another case study. This is where other experience enhancer factors found in our work, taking into account contributions to the understanding of tourism integration in the context of cultural interaction in Golgá and the historic steam train in Alto Douro wine region. Cultural interaction inside tourist activity, despite the markedly cultural nature and its influence on tourist perceptions. This comes up with a non-mandatory nature. In this case study, it was possible to conclude that culture prevails over nature in anticipation, but it dissolves in nature during the experience itself. The cultural factor, the curiosity about the steam train and this experience associated with revealing the past emerged as the main motivating factor, which also reveals information about the expectations and the tourist imaginary as a concern. On the other hand, This is the natural factor, the appraisal of the surrounding landscape, which marks the course of the trip and is the main seduction factor. Central encoding categories of memorable tourism experience show us the importance and the presence of identity in the process of the differentiation of the tourist offer. I'd like to underline that almost central encodings categories of memorable and tourism experience are related with identity, as we can see, as we can easily conclude. And of course, in these conditions, we may say that we have interaction, knowledge, slow tourism, not a fast tourism, integration, this kind of integration, and why not, a slow process of peace, or a slow process of making peace. As a major conclusion, we must underline tourist experience based on the composition of local identity, by consequence, knowledge and natural and mutual understanding of communities. We need to understand, better saying, we need to understand identity in order to work on tourism experience, taking into account the composition of local identity, the importance of diagnosis of enhanced factors of the experience at the destination, and international integration based on global practices. A kind of solution facing the weakness of public international law in the regulation of international integration process. The United Nations, I would say the United Nations assumption of tourism as a main formal actor in international relations. Behind the logic associated with mass, or on the other hand, in an attempted assertion of identity, the processes inherent to globalization generate significant impacts in various political, economic, social, and cultural activities. Globalization massifies, but it also promotes identities and differences. To work on tourism, we need to understand identity as a concept, as a sense of emancipation and integration. Thank you so much for your attention. It was a pleasure.
Any questions to Dr. Almedi? Oh. Okay. Thank you for your presentation again, Dr. Sergio Araujo.
Thank you so much.
So now this session's last presenter will be Dr. William Manga Makofe. If he's ready, we can invite him to the last presentation.
Dr. William Manga, hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Are you there? Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
unfortunately,
we see you. Welcome back.
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm from South Africa.
Yeah.
And I just want to highlight the fact that we are currently having serious electricity problems in the country. And if in case my PowerPoint goes off, you just understand that we have electricity issues. And my camera is not working properly at the moment.
No problem.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I will see if I can share my slides with you guys and from there.
So can we see your presentation or not?
I'm trying to see if I can share it with you.
Okay. If you can share, then no problem. If you do not see your face, we would like to see your face, of course. But if
yeah,
it's not possible,
just let me know if you can see my slides. If you can see it. Hello?
Still we do not see any slides.
I'm struggling. Let me know.
Okay.
Mr. Sergio Antonio, thank you very much for your presentation. It's very useful. Thank you again.
Sorry, I don't understand. It too.
I said that thank you very much for your presentation. It's very helpful and useful and understandable. Thank you again for your support, for your joining us. Okay. It's very nice to see you here.
It's an honor. It's an honor to me. Thank you so much.
I'm greeting you with my warm affections to you.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back.
Thank you so much.
Professor Zafer Öter is my doctorate student, my friend. He was my friend. He's a good man. He really you, and then I communicate with you, and it's very kind of you to see here. Thanks again. Okay.
Thank you. It's an honor to me. It's an honor. It's really an honor. I knew the colleague, our colleague Zafer Öter, in Perpignan. In France,
I know, and from Dokuzalir University, we are colleagues with the Department of Tourism Management at Dokuzalir University in Izmir. He works at Katip Çelebi University in Izmir now.
Ah, excellent, excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, 15 years. I knew Zafer Öter 15 years ago. 15 years.
As mentioned before, keynote speaker and participation certificates. I will send you these participation certificates and proceeding books by email. Sergio and Valentra Raye, do you hear me? Don't worry about it, okay? I'm waiting for ICBN number from the Ministry of Culture in Turkey, and then I will send you the proceeding books in 1 week after this symposium, okay? It's my duty, it's my work. And then thank you very much for joining us, for your support. Okay, William Mango is ready, I think so. Yes, Mr. Üstün.
Yes, Professor Selvi, we can see Dr. Makafei's presentation. So if we can unmute, then we can also listen to him.
Okay.
So the word is yours, Dr. Makafei.
You have frozen? No? If your microphone is on mute, no one can hear you. Dr. Makapi? Makapi, do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
It's your turn.
Yes. It's your turn. Yes, we all can hear you very well.
Okay.
So you can begin your presentation. We are excited to listen to you.
Okay, sorry about that. We had a lot of technical problems here. I say I'm Dr. Mokofe from South Africa. I'll be speaking about marketing in the fourth industrial revolution. Disruptive technological changes and increasing socio-economic imbalances have impacted the entire world in recent times. The fourth industrial revolution is characterized by the blending of the digital, physical, and biological worlds, as well as an increasing application of new technologies such as artificial intelligence, robotics, and wireless technologies. These developments have heralded a new period that accelerated process of disruption by making room for new forms of marketing strategies. This paper aims to begin a conversation on what marketing strategies are to be used in the digital age. The paper demonstrates that current industries and commodities, including institutions of learning and their output, are being transformed into digital forms. And that, at the same time, knowledge is becoming an increasingly important part of the global economy. These developments demand that we re-examine our marketing strategies. The main thrust of this contribution is premised on the contention that current marketing strategies are being challenged in the digital age. Marketing in the digital age can mean different things to different people. For most, digital marketing signals the ongoing transformation of most industries. Going digital means eliminating inefficiencies and identifying customized cutting-edge technology. But stocking up on all the latest technology is not the heart and soul of marketing in digital age. Analytics, automation, and omnichannel only empower organizations to succeed if those brands can digitally transform with intentionally. The latest and greatest in digital marketing only goes as far as marketers know who their customers are, the problems customers have, and the hidden needs that customer problem uncover. In other words, it is not just what tools you use, but why and how you use them. Let's look at the effects of COVID-19 on modern marketing. The effects of COVID-19 have accelerated change more than they have created change out of thin air. For example, remote work teams were on the rise long before the virus forced employers to send employees home. More importantly, economic operations haven't stopped. They have just shifted. And like canals under construction, the current pandemic blasted away that last of F separating the new canal system from its main water source. As a result, the economic shutdown exposed those organizations that were slow to digital transform and keep up with market trends. But there remained a sizable batch of brands that could hardly believe that the future had arrived and they were ready for it. Customers aren't necessarily spending less, they are spending differently. For example, consumer standards are higher than they were before the pandemic. Staple item purchases are on the rise, as are home improvement supplies, video games, and streaming subscriptions. Simultaneously, business and consumers are trimming their budget to create financial margins in the face of an unknown future. Humanity is adjusting to new quality of life. Running to the store or sitting down for business meetings raises logistical and safety concerns. But because enough marketers have invested in robust digital infrastructures, buyers can take care of shopping from the palm of their hands. Consumers use their devices for everything. Marketing in the digital age means recognizing the COVID-19 stay at home. Others have a greater impact than industry leaders thought before 2020. Even after the world gets back to normal, organizations that ignore how integral smartphones and tablets have become for consumers now may not survive long enough to do business in the old-fashioned way. Organizations that can go remote have done so. Businesses are driving funds away from lease and utility payments towards cloud migration, digital communication tools, and productivity of software. Thanks to this forced digital transformation, remote work teams are doing more with less. Decision-making is understandably more decentralized and offers skilled employees more autonomy to make informed decisions. This boost to productivity has lowered costs and increased revenue. So let's look at the accelerated digital transformation. The greatest takeaway regarding COVID-19 effect on modern marketing in the organization that can digitally transform are dying. Marketers that don't keep up with accelerated changes will not be able to serve customers effectively. Meanwhile, cybersecurity trends are demanding stricter standards on consumer privacy laws. Marketing in the digital age must find a balance between offering personalized care that customers want while also protecting their privacy. The shift to direct customer, or what you should call D2C marketing, has been around for decades. It's a marketing strategy that involves manufacturing and selling products to people directly, eliminating the use of wholesale and retailers. In other words, the sales process is less interrupted and more tailored to the customer approach within business to consumer, and refers to goods or services sold by business to end customers. Direct to consumer, in simple terms, it means that orders are fulfilled and shipped directly to the end customer. Markets affect how brand design, create price, and distribute products and services. The shift to direct consumer marketing has been but the direct customers trend is slowly taking over industries that few expected. Today, a new generation of disruptive brands are shaking up retail direct to consumer. E-commerce companies that build markets, sell and ship their products themselves without middlemen. Even staple goods such as food and hygiene products are available online directly from the manufacturers that create them. The emergence of blockchain technology also offers a reliable solution for manufacturers, producers, and service business looking to bypass intermediaries and brokers. Blockchain continues to open new doors of immutable record keeping, secure transactions, and consumer anonymity. Let's turn our focus now to the second trend, which is authentic engagement. It's no less valuable than credible information and vice versa. So markets that can build trust and establish authority blow away the competition. Marketing in the digital age is less concerned with impressions and more concerned with engagement metrics. Engagement metrics allow brands to better understand their customers and also allow customers to better understand their favorite brands. Digital marketing tactics like influencer marketing are on the rise because influencers represent the perfect measure of informed consumers and celebrity endorsement. This authentic engagement on intuitive social platforms strengthen brand-customer relationships. That said, our customers' thirst for credible information continues to grow. Forward-thinking marketers have learned that it is easier to convert customers who view the brand as an industry authority. By disseminating information content liberally across a variety of channels, brands become the authority in the minds of customers. So what is authentic engagement? Engagement is two-way conversation between brands and customers. Authentic engagement conveys a sense of genuineness, consistency, and transparency. Many marketers have recognized that to keep up with the competition, they need to evolve and create dynamic two-way engagement across all stages of consumer journey and product life cycle. Designing a marketing organization for digital age, social media and influencers are driving this authentic engagement. When customers can dialogue with brands and brand ambassadors about real problems and offer honest feedback without fear of reprisal, they feel safe to invest in that brand emotionally and financially. So let's shift our focus again, once again, the third trend, which is omnichannel, okay, which is synonymous with the 21st century marketing. Regardless of your product service, every marketing decision you make creates specific customer experience. And in this day and age, customer desire a personalized wide growth approach. The digital age of marketing allows brands to be where the customer needs them when the customer needs them. Buyers also expect consistency across multiple platforms. This digital concierge approach to marketing is known as omnichannel. And so the question is, what is omnichannel? Each customer touchpoint either device that derives or repels engagement. For the brand that avoid digital altogether, their existence is suspect in the minds of customers. Brands cannot brands cannot ignore digitization, but it's not enough to merely exist digitally. More than any other function, marketing is the hub of digital interactions with customers and should be the architect and driver of the customer experience. Designing a marketing organization for digital age, omnichannel, is taking them a multi-channel approach and integrating each channel into seamless synchronicity. With omnichannel marketing, you embrace digital trends and do it well. So how are marketers using omnichannel technique effectively? Omnichannel brands are mobile friendly. They build apps, curate social media presence, and maintain mobile friendly websites. More importantly, they integrate each digital tool to work together rather than operate independently of other channels. These brands are also taking advantage of voice, video, augmented reality technology. One popular example is how real estate agents offer visual tours of houses on the market. Lastly, brands are using SMS marketing more effectively with 10 DLC, which is basically 10-digit phone number used only in the United States, and two-way messaging. Formerly considered a spammy way to get customer attention, text message marketing is in the rise and driving a widely lucrative flow of authentic engagement. Telehealth and fintech are also offering businesses more data-driven guidance. Omnichannel capabilities have enhanced brokers' abilities to offer better advice at a much faster pace. And in conclusion, finally, one has to think outside the box. Marketing in the digital age requires leaders to use digital tools to observe buyer behavior and anticipate customer needs. Making assumptions about your target audience is no less dangerous than investing in technology that fails to deliver when your target audience picture becomes clear. So your digital needs and you begin to choose digital tools with remarkable precision. With the help of cutting-edge tools and techniques, you and your customers' interests align, and in modern marketing goes nothing more satisfying than that. In short, the pace of innovation is increasing. Companies that resist digital transformation cannot last, and the organization that contributes to technology innovation will succeed. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Okay, we thank you to Dr. William Manga-Makape. This is the end of the second session. The next session will begin at 14:30 Turkish time, of course. So we have nearly 40 minutes of coffee break, a short break. Then the presentation will continue. Again, thank you, Dr. Makape, for your presentation. So I'll leave the word to Professor Selvi. I don't know if he has another thing to say or any concluding remarks for this session. So the word is yours, Professor Selvi. Professor Selvi, we can't hear you. Okay.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Mr. William Manga-Makape, and thank you for your support for joining us. See you tomorrow, maybe. Thanks again for your support.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, professors, for the opportunity.
Okay. Now let's have a break time. See you at 2:30 afternoon in Turkish local time. Maybe this kind of presentation may be in English or Turkish because participants are from Turkey. It's up to them. If they want, they can present their presentation in English or in Turkish. So this kind of abstracts will already be included in the proceeding books, my friends. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay. Nice to meet you again. I hope that see you another online platform maybe. It's very nice to see here. Nice to meet you again.
Thank you.
Take care of yourself.
Nice to meet you. It is nice to collaborate with you.
Okay.
Thank
take
you.
Take care of yourself.
See you in the next session. Invite
one
me
day to
again.
invite you in South Africa.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm greeting you with my warm affections from Tekirdağ, from Turkey. Take care of yourself again.
Hopefully we will join.
Professor Murad.
Yes.
I have been Tekirdağ University last February.
Oh, really?
Yes, for 2 weeks.
For 2 weeks.
When have you?
You know Seda Yıldırım?
Oh.
Yeah, I have been meeting with Mr. Yilmaz. Yes, Mr. Yilmaz, Mr. Kokmars, and from agriculture. But yes,
agriculture faculty. Okay.
Yeah,
I remember you.
yeah. But
Okay.
I'm in agribusiness, so it is related to marketing and business. So, right.
Okay.
I hope I can be there someday again.
Inshallah. I hope
Inshallah.
That.
Invite me. I will come.
Take care of yourself. Have a good day.
Good day.
Okay.
Good day to all of
Good
you.
day.
It was a pleasure. Good day.
Nice to meet you all.
Me too. Okay, let's have a break time.
Oh yeah. When will be
2 p.m. afternoon in Turkish local time. 2:30.
2:30
p.m.
Yeah.
That's a small break. 35 minutes later. Let's say.
30 minutes. Yes. 30 minutes. We have break time. Okay.
Yeah. Indonesian time evening is come.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is getting dark.
It's up to you. Okay.
Yeah. See you.
See you.
Ayşen Hocam, Tolga Hocamız ve Mehmet Cem Hocamızın bildirisi var. Sözü ben Tolga Hocama bırakıyorum.
Sayın hocalarım merhaba tekrar. Bugün öncelikle sempozyum düzenleyenler, bütün hocalarıma ve bizleri kabul ettikleri için teşekkür edip başarılar dileyerek başlamak istiyorum. Ben müsaadenizle yapacağım sunumla ilgili bir paylaşım şu an olabildi mi?
Evet, görebiliyoruz.
Evet, geldi hocam.
Bir saniye. O zaman. Şöyle, bu araştırmada çevre yanlısı tutumlar ile sürdürülebilir tüketim ilişkisini araştırdık. Biz sayın hocalarımla birlikte bir saniye şöyle. Evet, daha iyi. Araştırmanın amacı ve öneminden bahsedersek, bizim bildiği gibi çevre faktörleri şu anda günümüzde çok önemli. Bu çevresel kaygı çerçevesinde tüketimin tercih ve eylemlerini etkileyen kritik bir faktör olarak olduğu bilinmekte. Konuya ilişkin yapılan daha önceki araştırmalar çevresel kaygının tüketim niyetini etkileyen bir tutum olarak hizmet ettiğine işaret etmektedir. Bu çalışmada çevre yanlısı tutumları ile sürdürülebilir tüketim davranışları arasındaki ilişki kontrol edilmiş, araştırılmıştır. Sürdürülebilir tüketim önemi göz önüne alındığında bu tür davranışları etkileyen faktörlerin ortaya çıkarılması da araştırmanın asıl sebeplerinden ve ana unsurlarından birisi olarak önümüze çıkmaktadır. Araştırmada nicel veri yöntemlerinden anket yöntemi uygulanmış. Çevre duyarlılığı ile ihtiyaç dışı satın alma, tasarruf ve yeniden kullanabilirlik hipotezleri hipotezleri modellenmiş, araştırmanın modeli olarak kullanılmış. Bunlar arasındaki ilişki test edilmiştir. Bu çalışmada ulaşılabilen birey sayısı 122 ile sınırlı kalmış. Tabii bu çerçevede de çalışmada araştırma grubu kullanılması bulguları evren temsil etme iddiası bulunmamaktadır. Ulaşılan bulgular verilerin toplandığı araştırma grubu ile sınırlı olduğunu söyleyebiliriz. Sürdürülebilir tüketim davranışlarının ölçülmesinde daha önce yapılan bir araştırmada, burada da belirtildiği gibi Doğan Bulut ve Çımr'ın 2015 tarafından yürütülen araştırmada kullanılan ölçek çalışmaya uyarlanmıştır. Verilen yanıtlarda da beşlilik ölçeği kullanılmıştır. Bu çerçevede biraz önce bahsettiğim gibi satın alma, tasarruf ve yeniden kullanabilirlik Chromebook alfa değerleri ve ölçekteki madde sayısı ekranda görüldüğü gibi ve yine korelasyon bulguları incelendiğinde çevre duyarlılığının ihtiyaç satın alma, tasarruf ve yeniden kullanabilirlik çerçevesinde belirlenen korelasyon yine perdede görüldüğü gibi. Sonuçlara geldiğimizde bu yaptığımız ilişkiler çerçevesinde çevre duyarlılığı ile ihtiyaçlı satın alma davranışları arasında istatistik açıdan anlamlı bir ilişki bulunmamış olmakla birlikte çevre duyarlılığı ile tasarruf davranışları arasında pozitif bir ilişki olduğu, yani çevre duyarlılığı artış gösterdiğinde tasarruf davranışları da aynı şekilde artacağı ve yine çevre duyarlılığı ile yeniden kullanabilirlik davranışları arasında pozitif yönlü bir ilişki olduğu, yani çevre duyarlılığı artış gösterdiğinde tasarruf davranışında da aynı istikamette artabileceği korelasyon analizi sonucunda ortaya çıkmıştır. Yine hipotez kurduğumuz modellemedeki hipotezler üzerinden değerlendirdiğimizde de çevre duyarlılığı ile ihtiyaç dışı satın alma arasında istatistiksel olarak anlamlı bir ilişki olduğu olarak kurguladığımız hipotezimizin reddine, çevre duyarlılığı ile tasarruf arasında istatistiksel olarak anlamlı bir ilişki vardır olan hipotezimizin kabulüne ve çevre duyarlılığı ile yeniden kullanabilirlik arasında istatistiksel olarak anlamlı bir ilişkinin olduğunun kabulüne şeklinde hipotezlerimizi test etmiş ve sonuçlandırmış olmaktayız. Bununla birlikte daha önceki çalışmalarda sosyal, sağlık ve çevresel konulara uygulanan planlı davranış teorisi, çevre yanlısı tutumların öngörülmesinde de kullanılmıştır. Bu çalışmada da tutumlar ile davranış arasında rastlanan istatistiksel olarak anlamlı ilişki önceki araştırmalar ve teoriler tarafından da desteklenmektedir. Yine bu yönde çalışma düşünenler, diğer araştırmacılara öneriler çerçevesinde de pazarlama yöneticileri pazarlama stratejilerini belirlerken yeşil tüketici segmentini de göz önünde bulundurması mutlaka fayda sağlayacaktır. Bu çerçeveden değerlendirilmesi yönünde. Fakat çevre duyarlı ihtiyaç satın alma arasında bir ilişki bulunmaması pazarlama anlamında sadece yeşil tüketici segmentini hedeflemenin de işletmelere her zaman faydalı olmayacağını doğal olarak işaret etmekte. Sadece bu segmenti hedeflemek yerine işletmelerin uzun vadeli yatırım yararına olacak şekilde pazarlarını genişletmeleri çok doğal olarak çıkarlarına olacaktır. Günümüzde yaşanan çevresel sorunların büyüklüğü ve şiddet dikkate alındığında da geleceğe yönelik karamsarlığın arttığı malumunuz. Çevresel kaynakların tehlikede olduğu çok doğal olarak günümüzün en net gerçeklerinden bir tanesi. Gelecek nesiller bir yana kaynakların yakın gelecekte bile kısıtlı kalması çok doğal olarak hepimizin bilgisi dahilinde ve dikkatlerinde. Dolayısıyla bu noktada tüm disiplinlerde araştırmalar yapan bilim insanlarının bu konulara daha fazla eğilmeleri ve birbirleri istişare ederek bu disiplinler arası çalışmaları yürütmeleri yönünde bir genel çerçeve çizebiliriz diye değerlendiriyorum. Teşekkür ediyorum.
Tolga hocamıza teşekkür ediyoruz bu sunumu için. Bir sorusu olan var mıdır? Soru cevap kısmında. O zaman oturumumuzun ikinci bildirisine geçiyoruz. Sözü sunumunu yapmak üzere Ayşen hocamıza bırakıyoruz. Tolga hocam size de çok teşekkür ederiz.
Ben teşekkür ederim. Çok sağ olun dinlediğiniz için. Tekrar herkese iyi günler, iyi çalışmalar, iyi sempozyumlar diliyorum. Faydalı
teşekkür ederiz hocam. Çok teşekkürler. Kolay gelsin. Ayşen hocam sizdeyiz.
Teşekkür ederim. Hemen ekranımı paylaşayım ben de.
Bu kadar ses nereden geliyor arkadaşlar?
Evet, çok fazla cızırtı var gibi geliyor, bilmiyorum ama.
Bizden kaynaklanan bir şey mi? Ayşen hocam siz mikrofonun sesini biraz kısabilir misiniz? Bakalım oradan mı kaynaklanıyor? Birimizin mikrofonundan.
Hocam sanırım benden değil, ben sesimi tamamen kapattığımda aynı ses bana da geliyor.
Ben de bir...
Tamam.
Güzeldi şimdi, evet.
Sevi senden mi kaynaklanıyormuş? Okey, tamam. Ayşen Hanım buyurun. Türkçe yapacaksınız herhalde.
Evet, Türkçe yapacağım.
Evet,
ekranımı paylaştım, sanırım görebiliyorsunuz.
Yeah.
Teşekkür ederim öncelikle bize bu fırsatı verdiğiniz için. Ayrıca sempozyumu düzenleyenler olarak sizlere de çok teşekkür ederiz. Benim bugünkü sunumum sosyal medya ve sosyal medya pazarlamasının tüketicilerin satın alma kararları ve satın alma sonrası davranışları üzerindeki etkisiyle ilgili. Çalışmamızı Kuzey Kıbrıs Türk Cumhuriyeti'ndeki süpermarket müşterilerinin tercihleriyle alakalı yaptık. İlk başta modelimizi kısaca göstermemiz gerekirse, az önce bahsettiğim gibi sosyal medya kullanımının aslında satın karar ve satın alma sonrası davranışının üzerindeki yani süpermarket özellikle müşterilerin davranışlarının üzerindeki etkisi olarak düşündük. Hepimizin de bildiği gibi günümüzde bireylerin ihtiyaçları zaten artıyor. Memnuniyet düzeyleri azalıyor, beklentileri çoğalıyor aslında. Bir taraftan da pazardaki marka ve ürünler artıyor, rekabet artıyor. Bunun yanında müşteriler her sektör gibi süpermarket sektöründe de tabii ki alışveriş sektöründe talepleri artıyor, memnun etmek zor oluyor müşterileri. Bu bağlamda bu çalışmanın aslında çıkış noktası tüketicilerin artan talepleri doğrultusunda Kuzey Kıbrıs Türk Cumhuriyeti'nde süpermarket sayılarında da çok büyük artışlar olmuştur. Ve bu anlamda da doğrusal olarak tabii ki aralarında da artmıştır. Yine az önce belirttiğim gibi sosyal kullanımında satın alma kararı ve satın alma davranışı üzerindeki etkisini ölçmek istedik sosyal medya kullanımının. Burada 4 tane hipotezimiz var. Satın alma, daha doğrusu sosyal medya kullanımının satın alma kararı arasındaki ilişkisi, yine sosyal medya kullanımı ile satın alma sonrası davranışı arasındaki ilişki ve bu ilişkilerin var olması durumunda satın alma kararının sosyal medya kullanımının nasıl etkilediği ve yine tüketicilerin satın alma sonrası davranışlarının sosyal medya kullanımı tarafından nasıl etkilendiği ile ilgili 4 tane hipotezimiz var. Sosyal medya kullanımının satın alma kararı ve satın alma sonrası davranışını hangi düzeyde etkilediğini araştırdığımız bu çalışmada anket yöntemiyle veri topladık. Kolayda örneklem yöntemiyle seçilen kişilere bu anketi uyguladık. Beşli Likert yöntemiyle hazırlanan anket formları KKTC'de yaşayan 192 kişiden bu anketle veri topladık. Anketimizde kişisel bilgi formu, sosyal medya süpermarket tercihi ile ilgili 5 soru, sosyal medya kullanım amacı, satın alma kararı ve satın alma sonrası davranışlarıyla ilgili sorulardan oluşmuştu bizim anketimiz. Çok detaya girmek istemiyorum fakat hani detaylı olarak değerlendirmek istediğimiz için hangi süpermarketten alışveriş yaptıklarını sorduk anket cevaplayıcılarımıza. Hangi sosyal medya hesabını ya da platformunu daha fazla kullandığımızı sorduk. Burada en çok dikkatimizi çeken Facebook kullananların çok büyük bir oranda olduğu, en çok kullandıkları platform olarak Facebook'u belirttikleri. Daha sonrasında sosyal medyayı kullanan süpermarket sahibi veya süpermarket zinciri sayfasını takip ediyor musunuz sorusuna da yine çoğunluk takip ediyorum olarak cevap vermişti. Sosyal medyada ürünler ile ilgili istediğiniz bilgilere ulaşabiliyor musunuz sorusuna da yine ulaşıyorum diyen çok fazla cevaplayıcımız var büyük bir oranda. Ve yine bu sorulara dahil olarak süpermarket tercihinizde sizi etkileyen faktörler nelerdir diye sorduğumuzda tabii ki aslında çok şaşırmadığımız bir cevap. Fiyat %72.9 olarak karşımıza çıktı. Daha sonrasında topladığımız bu verileri analiz edip modelimizdeki hipotezleri test etmemiz için öncelikle bir korelasyon analizi yaptık. Satın alma kararı ile sosyal medya kullanımının arasındaki ilişki ve yine sosyal medya ile satın alma sonrası davranış arasındaki ilişkiye bakmak için. Burada da sosyal medya kullanımının hem satın alma kararı hem de satın alma sonrası davranışı arasında aslında ilişki olduğunu görebiliyoruz. Çok güçlü düzeyde olması da pozitif ilişki olduğunu görebiliyoruz. Bizim hipotezlerimizi destekler nitelikte. Daha sonrasında yine hipotez 3 ve 4'ü test etmek amacıyla analizler yaptık. Sosyal medya kullanımı ile satın alma kararı arasındaki aslında az önce burada belirttiğimiz ilişkinin yönünü ve derecesini görmek için. Burada regresyon analizimizin sonucunda sosyal medya kullanımının satın alma kararı ve satın alma sonrası davranışı, daha doğrusu öncelikle satın alma kararının üzerindeki etkisini gördük. %15.3 olarak. Toparlayacak olursak süpermarket sektörünü ne odaklı konuşursak tabii her geçen gün kendini yenileyen ve güncelleyen bir sektör haline almaktadır. Tüketicilerin daha iyi hizmet alabilme adına müşteri tercihlerinin çoğalması süpermarket sektörünü harekete geçirmiştir. Bu anlamda da tabii ki günümüzde her sektörde olduğu gibi teknoloji ve sosyal medya kullanımı çok önemlidir ve süpermarket zincirlerinde bu şekilde bu teknolojik gelişmelere ayak uydurması gerekmektedir ki müşterilerine daha kolay ulaşabilsinler ve eş zamanlı olarak iletişime geçebilsinler. Tekrarlamama gerek yok. Sonuç olarak hipotezlerimizin hepsinin kabul edildiğini gördük. Sunumum bu kadar. Teşekkür ederim. Soru varsa da alabiliriz.
Soru yok sanırım. Ayşen Hocama sunumu için çok teşekkür ediyoruz.
Ben teşekkür ederim.
Sıradaki sunumumuzu yapmak üzere sözü Gülsüm Hocamıza bırakıyorum. Gülsüm Hocam burada mı? Gülsüm Hocam.
Merhaba.
Merhaba, hoş geldiniz Gülsüm Hocam. Ben sözü size bırakıyorum hocam.
Teşekkür ederim. Bir dakika önce slide paylaşalım sizinle.
Tabii hocam.
Ben sunumumda, öncelikle ben Gülsüm Samek, bugün sizlere havacılık sektöründe havayolu müşterilerin COVID-19'la değişen beklenti farkındalıkların tutumlarına olan etkisini araştırdım. Beni görebiliyor musunuz?
Ekranınızı görebiliyoruz hocam. Sizi de görebiliyoruz.
Tamam. Öncelikle sizlerde araştırmamın amacını, hipotezlerini falan anlatmak istiyorum. Yani ben İngilizce olarak hazırlanmıştım aslında.
Hocam İngilizce de sunabilirsiniz.
O yüzden biraz panik oldum şu an açıkçası.
İngilizce de sunabilirsiniz.
Peki. Öncelikle the aim of the research'tan bahsetmek istiyorum sizlere. With the increase in the importance of vision and health due to coronavirus, the priority of airline customers has changed. Before the epidemic, people cared about issues such as price, seat comfort, staff behavior. But after the epidemic, they prefer to travel with the safety in terms of health and hijyen. Yani pandemiyle birlikte insanların havacılık sektöründe öncelikleri değişti. Daha çok önceden hani konfor, koltuk konforu, uçak büyüklüğü, uçuş biletini önemserken artık daha çok hijyen, sağlıkları ön planda olmaya başladı. Böylelikle daha çok kendilerini güvenli hissedebilecekleri bir ortamda uçmak istediler. Ben de bunu araştırmak istedim. Yani ne kadar çok etkiledi bu tutumları, onların farkındalıkla beklentilikleri tutumlar üzerinde ne kadar etkisi olduğunu araştırmak istedim. Bunun sonucunda 4 tane hipotez elde ettim. Birinci hipotezim, there is a relationship between airline customers, awareness of the COVID-19 process and their attitudes. İkinci hipotezimde, there is a relationship between the expectation and attitudes of airline customers during COVID-19 process. Üçüncü hipotezim, airline customers' awareness of the COVID-19 process affect their attitudes. The last one is that the expectation of airline customers during the COVID-19 process affect their attitudes. Yani 4 tane hipotezim oluştu. Bunların importance of the researcher as a result of the changing today condition, the industry coming to standstill, economic collapses, people expectation and awareness have changed. Research of the methods. Quantitative research methods was used for the data obtained in this study. which tried to evaluate the effect of awareness and expectations of airline customers in the COVID-19 process on their attitudes. The universe of the research consists of 125 using air transportation selected by convincing sampling method. In the research, literature review and question application were made in order to select data. Yani ben anketimi kullandım, literatür taramamı yaptım. Ankette 125 kişiyle bir anket oluşturdum. Bunlar anketlerde ilk önce katılımcılarımın demografik özelliklerini, 4 soruyla da beklentileri, 12 questions on expectation and 4 questions on attitude were prepared according to 5-point like attitude scale. Literature review, the online research from articles, dissertation and web pages. Research of reliability analysis, Coronbach alpha internal consistency and reliability analysis of 4 questions asked about awareness in the COVID-19 process was performed. Coron alpha value was calculated as 0.875 and reliability was high in the survey. Coron alpha internal consistency reliability analysis of the 12 questions asked about the expectation formed during the COVID-19 process was performance. Coronbach alpha value was calculated as 0.728 and reliability was the high in the survey. And Coronbach alpha internal consistency reliability analysis of 3 questions asked about the attitudes from during the COVID-19 process was performed. In this section, 4 questions were asked, but one of them was omitted because it was not suitable for reality. Coronbach alpha value was calculated as 0.651 and reliability was high in the survey. Model of the research. In this study, the effect on the awareness and expectation of airline customers during the COVID-19 process was evaluated. The survey questions provided with Google form were evaluated by 125 people who were selected by the convention sampling method using airline transportation. In the regression met with the SPSS 20 statistical program, it seems that awareness has an effect on attitudes and expectation has a 12% effect on attitudes. Görebilirsiniz yani. Araştırmamı yaparken de research metot olarak işte SPSS programı kullandım. 5 type kullandım. Bu şekilde analizlerimi yaptım. Finding of the research. Demografik özellikleri olarak cinsiyetlerini, yaşlarını, medeni durumlarını, gelirini baz alarak kullandım.
Gülsüm Hanım, canım benim affedersin. Bak biraz sesler geliyor yanındaki odadan, arkadaşlar girip çıkıyor. Sesleri kontrol edebilir misin? Çok özür dilerim.
Çok özür dilerim.
Sorun yok.
Bir dakika.
Neyse, toplantılar...
Dışarıda sesini nasıl kapatacağım?
Sen devam et.
Tamam. Tamam, uyardık arkadaşlar, kusura bakmayın. Nerede kalmıştık?
Okay.
Daha sonra meslek dağılımlarını falan araştırdık. Şimdi finding related to first hypothesis. There is a positive correlation of 0.244% between airline customers' awareness and attitudes during the COVID-19 process. As a result of the analysis, it was revealed that awareness was effective in attitudes had a weak value. As a result of the analysis, so show that the awareness of the airline customers during the COVID-19 process had little effect on attitude. There is a second hypothesis. There is a positive correlation of 0.4347% between airline customers' attitudes and expectation during the COVID-19 process. As a result of the analysis, it has been relayed that the expectation is effective in attitudes and it has a medium scala value as a result of the analysis. Third hypothesis. In the analysis, it says that awareness of airline customers during the COVID-19 process affect their attitudes by 6%. It is seen that the expectation of airline customers during the COVID-19 process affect their attitudes by 12%. Evet, bunları konuştuk. Yani %6 olarak ve %12 olarak etkilemekte. Conclusion'a gelecek olursak, the coronavirus disease that has not yet been cured of 2012, the epidemic had caused negative consequences in the lives of many people in terms of economic and spirituality. Mask, disinfection, social distance have intertwined our lives with COVID-19. This uncertainty that people experience, the awareness that develops with fear and the expectation that have arisen have caused them to acquire new attitudes. The aviation industry is a service industry where people are crowded. The coronavirus, which spreads rapidly in closed or crowded areas, can affect people's choice of airline transportation. Many measures have been taken to make the aviation industry safe. It's necessary to wear masks at the airports and inside the aircraft. There are disinfectant for the passengers to use in the terminal. This social distance announcements are made to remind the passengers. Glasses protectors are installed at the counters to prevent the passengers. The personnel contact terminal cameras are used at the airport's entrance and exits. With this epidemic, people have understood health and it's important and have given priority to health and hygiene rather than comfort in the transportation vehicles they will use to travel. With the COVID-19 process, the awareness and expectation of airline customers have changed and affect their attitudes. Although the health and hygiene are important, it's not easy for people to give up their old habits. People find health important. They are more inclined to consider their comfort and choose the more economically appropriate one. Bu tezin sonunda da 4 hipotezim de kabul edildi. Hiçbir reject olmadı. Bu şekilde açıkçası. Bu kadar.
For many years and still in textbooks, we see the same definitions of services. We have defined services as an activity or as a benefit that one party, we call this party as a marketer, as a service company, gives to another. We call this party as customers based on the industry, sometimes passengers, sometimes clients, sometimes guests. That is essentially intangible and that doesn't result in the ownership of anything. So its production may be tied or may not be tied to a physical product. Of course, as a service customers, we expect the value from the services because they give opportunity to have access to goods, labor, professional skills, performances, facilities, networks, and a system. And in many definitions, in fact, the interaction between service provider and the customer are emphasized. For example, Gronros says that services take place in the interactions between the customer and the service employees. Of course, not only we have interaction with the service employees, with the physical resources of the service company or with the system of the service provider. Let's see what's happening today. Can I have the other slide, please? Yes, Daniel Bell is a sociologist in Harvard University. I think he must be died, but I checked he was alive when he was 100 years old, a few years ago. He has classified the societies like pre-industrial society, and he has described the pre-industrial society as a life that the game exists between man and nature. In order to survive, the man had a game with the nature, have to manage the nature. Then with the industrial society, with the factories, with the machine, a new game has started. And he has described this industrial society as a life consists of a game against fabricated nature. What he means by the fabricated nature, with factories, for example, the man has been a worker in the factories, especially blue-collar workers. And he was one of the first men to emphasize the transformation to a service industry, especially in United States. During the 1970s, at that time, more than half of the people has been employed in the service industry. And he has described post-industrial society as a life consists of a game between persons. And he described post-industrial society as based on services. And in this society, the services were primarily human services. Of course, in the industrial society, we had the services, but these services were mainly for logistics, for transportation of the produced manufactured goods. But in the post-industrial society, the things that did not create an economic value has started to be in economic services. Now he mentioned about the game of people to explain the services, service economy. So he has emphasized the cunning of the service economy. And let us see, is life still a game between people? So what's happening to the service, as you know it before? We generally think the relations between people when we think about the services, but in an article about the dehumanization of the service industry, Elwood says that trusted services and service jobs, especially services including human contact and direct communication, are disappearing. Today, direct communication between customer and shop assistant, between customer and bank clerk, between teacher and student, of course, they are not totally disappeared, but disappearing. Human service and services with human contact are disappearing. And this drift seems to be that all human services which can be digitalized, which can be offered by digital channel, will be replaced by computer program based on services. Of course, today we cannot say that what Elwood is criticizing is totally happened. We still have direct communications with the shop assistants, but we will see the young generations in the future. Maybe they will not go to physical shops, and they will totally shop from digital channels. Is it the digitalization that leads to a big shift in services? So before coming to this discussion, we can, of course, we have to explain what the digitalization is. Of course, I'm not a technical person. I'm studying social sciences, and when we think about the digitalization, we think from the perspective of customers, not like the computer engineers or electronic engineers. But we can define, of course, digitalization. It is the use of digital technologies and digitized data to impact how work gets done, how we do the service jobs, for example, transfer how customers and companies engage and interact, and of course, by this way, create new digital revenue streams. And another definition says that digitalization of service systems is a change process, and now it's at the same time a trend of increasing degree of reliance on digital services and digital objects in service systems, often with the effect of increasing the degree of automation in those systems. So now digital objects, digital services change the way we engage and interact with service providers, or how the interaction is occurring between the company and the customers. So, but we can say that digitalization today is not just using more digital objects or using digitalization supporting the other activities. In fact, it's an organizational process. It's a cultural process. It's not a technical process only. And it's an evolutionary process that takes advantage of digital capabilities and technology. And these digital capabilities and the new technologies have created new business models. In fact, new service models, operational processes, and consumer experiences that generate value. So it's a new way of offering value to the customers. And of course, today, not all the services are digital, or some companies are providing conventional services and digital services at the same time. But there are some services that you cannot provide with conventional ways. So digitalization has led to new services. In service classification, of course, we do not make classification between conventional services and digital services. Maybe in the new books, there will be these classifications. So how we define a digital service? Services which are obtained and or arranged through a digital transaction, like information, software modules, or sometimes consumer goods over an internet protocol, over an IP. And also a service executed in full by a technical system when a user invokes a digital information, computing, communication, or automation technology-based system, and that co-creates the desired outcome. Of course, in the digital services, the customer and of course the service provider co-creates the desired outcome, because in the digital service, at the same time, the self-service service is in use. We have to use a machine to get the service. We have to use an electronic device to get the service. And what's happening to service characteristics? For many years, when we are explaining the service, we always have lectures about the distinctive characteristics of the services. We say that they are intangible. We say that they are inseparable. Production and consumption occurs simultaneously. We talk about the heterogeneity of the services. Of course, digitalization has potential to make on the service characteristics. While digitalization enables the development of many new services, it changes and transforms the service industry by changing the ways of new ways of value creation for customers, and especially the service delivery process. And according to the nature of services and generally accepted characteristics of services are starting to change. For example, we generally say that service producers find themselves playing a role as part of the product itself and as an essential part of the service experience for the consumer. When we talk about the inseparability or simultaneous production and consumption of the services, and the real value of the services are generally created during the interactions between the service provider and the customer. We generally explain this, but now we can say that digital services are not based on personal relationships, and the service provider may not know us individually. And they may not know about our emotional, aspirational, cultural, and social needs. And of course, now you will see in the examples I will give in the now the digital technology, in fact, learning about our emotions, learning about our aspirations, and our psychological needs also. But of course, different things are becoming more important in digital services. For example, one of the characteristics of the conventional services are perishability, or we say that they cannot be stored, they cannot be stocked, but a digital service can be stocked. For example, here I have a lecture and you will stock it, and those who want to watch or listen it in the future will have access to this service. If we call, for example, this Congress as a service, if it was in conventional ways, there would be no way to maybe stock it as in the past, but now the digital service can be stocked like the computer science is called a service library or a service directory, and they will be retrieved from digital storage manually or automatically for their execution as they are for people who wants to, for example, review this Congress in the future, or they may want to customize or configure these videos, for example. Some of the Congress attendants or some of the graduate students may want to, for example, have a list of videos that they are interested in, and they want to, for example, add these videos to the others. So this is like the composition with other digital services for the co-creation of a particular meta service or service bundles. So now we can say that digital services can be stored, but conventional services cannot be stored. We all say that if you cannot sell airline seat for a specific time, you cannot stock it to sell in another time. But digital services can be stocked to be consumed later. Today, consumers are increasingly evaluating the companies, not only the companies that are purely digital, the companies also who are using digital services to support their core services, evaluating the companies based on the quality of the digital experiences offered. Based on a survey conducted by the McKinsey company, including the banking industry, auto insurance, health insurance, and mobile communication industries, they have found that the quality and the availability of the digital interactions have a significant impact on the customer satisfaction. Of course, these type of companies are in fact conventional service companies, but they have digital support services also. But digital services are starting to replace, sometimes cannibalize traditional offers because once the company may be offering the digital services as a supporting service, but traditional services can be replicated at a lower cost. So whenever it is possible, the companies are replacing digital services with the conventional services. Digital transformation has gained global attention in various service industries, of course, because of the proliferation of the recent digital technologies. What type of technologies we see? Of course, I will not talk about these technologies, I will shortly explain which type of technologies. IT information technology has enabled, in fact, integrated value chains and customized products and services. And in the fourth industrial revolution, there are emerging and disruptive technologies like the Internet of Things, three-dimensional printing, big data, analytics, machine learning, and other forms of artificial intelligence and cyber physical systems. And of course, these type of technologies have a big, huge impact on the creation of streamlined, flexible processes and innovative business models, innovative service models. And today we see that in many service industries like health, for example, if you observe in the Google, many hospitals have e-health services, e-health brands, health, education, banking, finance, insurance, consulting, nutrition counseling, sports, entertainment, retailing. All these services can be provided digitally. And they use different technologies like sensors, real-time data analytics, artificial intelligence, augmented realities, virtual realities, robotic software, blockchain technology, non-fungible tokens, cognitive computing, cloud computing, wearable technologies, digital twins, virtual assistants, voice assistants, chatbots, neuroscience, so ubiquitous connectivity, so These technologies, these digital technologies, of course, have been used by service industries, and these technologies, in fact, made it possible for companies to offer new service products. And after these explanations, I want to give example from several service industries about the impact of technology, about the impact of digitalization on some of the service industries. One of them is entertainment industry, entertainment services. Especially after the pandemic, people did not have opportunity to achieve, to reach entertainment services. You know, they could not go to the concerts, they could not go to the movies, they could not watch football matches. So entertainment services have been very popular, especially digitalization had made it possible, and COVID-19 pandemic has supported to the digital entertainment industry. We all know local and global streaming channels are increasing, and in Turkey, for example, there are some international streaming digital channels, and at the same time local channels. For example, as I know, Blue TV has about 14,000, more than 14,000 subscriptions. Netflix, which is very popular, and in fact, Netflix was in the service job before, but what type of service? DVD rental company. So it was the company was formerly a DVD rental company, but in 2 years ago or 3 years ago, it had around 200 million subscription globally. It must be more now. And Amazon, we see all in the advertisements, commercials in the television about these entertainment services, XN, Gain, YouTube Premium, Full TV. So these are all competing with conventional television channels. And music at the same time is digitalized. And for example, in 2002, CDs made up 95% of the music industry's revenues. So when we look at the 2019, the share of the digital music industry in the total music industry was around 59%, based on International Federation of Phonographic Institute, as I know. And digitalization of the digitalization has made a difference in the production of music, in the consumption of music. Other service that I want to explain a bit is digitalization of the higher education services. Of course, during the pandemic, we have seen how digitalization helped us, because if we did not have such opportunity, of course, all the education would be stopped. But in our university, like in many universities, we have a system, the Mergen system, and we have used lots of different services, not just sharing of the knowledge. We could check, for example, the attendance of our students, or how many times they have entered the system, or if they have read the materials or not. So we could follow better than the conventional system what our students are doing. So as a result of digitalization, teaching and learning at universities have changed in a revolutionary way. And transfer of the knowledge, sometimes, for example, last year, the transfer of knowledge in our university was in hybrid system. The compulsory courses were face-to-face, but the elective courses were online. But this year, all of them are face-to-face. But I am still using Marian system for many important functions. So transfer of knowledge and assessment are digitalized. Access to learning materials, thanks to the technology, is easier now. Communication and cooperation between different interest groups, between lecturers and students, and assistance to students and administration processes. One thing that I have lived the advantage is I want my students to load their papers to this digital system, and I can check, for example, by Turnitin. So this is something very helpful. But it has been observed that the higher education institutions lag behind other types of organizations in taking positive actions toward digital transformation. Of course, there may be different reasons of it. The author says that it is possible that other industries have been forced to move faster as a consequence of market pressure. Of course, it's a different issue, the discussion of this. And healthcare services are digitalized also. As I said before, many hospitals have e-health services. And of course, we have an e-health system in Turkey. And digitalization ranging from the use of computers and electronic health dossiers, electronic records of people, home monitoring of patients, electronic medical devices, and application of computer-aided visualization and decision support system. These all affected many aspects of healthcare systems, and not just in terms of the healthcare service delivery, in terms of the structures, in terms of the cultures, in terms of the professionals' treatments and the outcomes. Of course, healthcare industry is using digitalization in different ways. For example, in maybe diagnosis of the cancer, in surgeries. But I want to give just two examples about the consumer side. Sodexo company, we all know about Sodexo tickets, but Sodexo is a service company, and they offer different services like facility management or nutrition services. So they manage buildings, they manage hotels, they manage the big sites. But this application has been very interesting for me. Sodexo company introduced a home care system that monitor the faults and change in the activity of older people. So, for example, if an old person is falling in home, or if his or her activities are changing, they are following it. And they have an interactive robot, and this robot is designed to empower old people's independence with activities like health check-ins. They play games with old people, cognitive games, and interact with the family. So support the interaction of old people with their family. So another service product from Amazon company. So Amazon have different, of course, services like entertainment services, like cloud services. Amazon Alexa is a artificial intelligence technological development which is disrupting business to consumer markets. We know that Alexa is a virtual assistant that recognizes the voices so it enables interaction between human to computers. And recently, Amazon has introduced the health service for people and patented new Alexa feature. And this Alexa, this feature or this service can recognize that if we are ill, for example, can recognize it and can offer us a medicine, and it analyzes our speech, our voice, and identifies the signs of illness and emotions, for example, like we are feeling bad. So these are very interesting transformations in the healthcare industry. And we all know about digital banking, and many people are users of digital banking services. In fact, banks have been pioneers in the use of technology. For example, self-service technology like ATMs, like kiosks. Banks were pioneers in self-services. And of course, they started with the self-service technologies like ATMs, where customers can access to their accounts without any intervention from bank officials. And the Banking Regulation and Supervision Agency in Turkey defines digital banks as credit institutions providing banking services, mainly via electronic banking service distribution channels instead of physical branches. Of course, not only digital technology is used by the banks to deliver banking service, they use lots of technology like big data, like machine learning in CRM, for example. Yes, Murat Hocam. Just to give some statistics about the use of digital banking in Turkey. As of June 2020, the number of active customers using digital banking transactions has reached around 62 million in Turkey. And most of these percentage was coming from end users. 96% of them were customers, end customers, individual customers, and just 4% was corporate customers. And in 2020, 37% of the personal consumer loans in Turkey were provided by a digital channel. And in a survey conducted by Strategy, which is a part of PricewaterhouseCoopers, on September 2021, with participants in Turkey, it was found that 55% of the participants did not visit any bank branch, any physical branch, and 70% of them said that they were willing to use the digital branchless bank if a better value is offered. And the last one that I want to give an example is from insurance industry. Insurance industry is interesting, in fact. Why? Because during the start of the introduction of the insurance policies, they did not make much changes in the way of doing business in the industry. So we accept 1865 in England as the beginning of the insurance industry. So, you know, the industry consists of assessing risk, collecting premiums, and paying claims if a damage occurs. And it did not change much since the beginning, but digitalization has made a radical transformation in the insurance industry, and we will see in the future what the traditional insurance agents will do. I want to give a very interesting example from the Australia. In Australia, this is about digital insurance. A customer can use his or her smartphone to snap a photo of something that the customer wants to insure. It may be a bicycle, it may be an automobile, and can upload the picture into an application, and then may ask for a policy for a specific period. For example, you want to buy an insurance for a month or for 2 months, and this application uses available data about this customer and about the bicycle the customer wants to insure within seconds, and then come back this application with an offer. They offer you a policy, and if the customer approves the terms, the customer press the I accept button, and then we have been the customer of an insurance, and claims are also handled online. Then if something happens, a damage, with the rapid exchange of photos and text, they handle the claims. And in Turkey, we can give an example from Sigortam.net. It's a digital insurance platform in Turkey, about 7 million customers. And they are involved in digital insurance industry. And this company serves customers, insurance customers, comparison price offerings. So you can compare the prices of different companies and produce instant policies on site by a direct integration with 22 different insurance companies. And the company, Sigortam.com, uses a predictive analytics engine, so uses highly digitalized machines to offer the best price to customer, and provides insights on the offers received, gets customer insights on the offers received to enable customers to find the most suitable option for the insurance. I think I've come to end. As a conclusion, what I can say, digitalization leads to new ways of value creation for the consumers. From the perspective of the companies, of course, for some of them, it may be a way of delivering services. For some of them, it may be the only way of value creation for the customers. And of course, digitalization has created new services that are not available but by conventional ways. But of course, some of them are accepted well, and some of them are not accepted easily. For example, based on our PricewaterhouseCoopers research, 70% of the failed digital transformations are due to lack of user adoption and behavioral change, because it's not very easy to change our behaviors, attitudes, but for young generation, of course, they do not like to go to banks, they do not like to go to stores. So the future shows opportunities for more digitalization. And we can say that digitalization, if well utilized, if used properly, can help service companies to develop dynamic capability for agility, for acting fastly, flexibility, and resilience in delivering the products and consumers that customers want. And I want to stop here. And what I wondered, and I want to share with you, is how Daniel Bell would describe the life in the digital era. So thank you very much for listening to me.
Yes, Professor Öztürk, it was my pleasure to listen to you. Your title is more and more important by day by. Although it was a long bit, but really it was a good presentation and it was a useful presentation. Thank you so much for your time and for your support.
Thank you. I want to thank you also to you and to your team for organizing this conference. And I want to thank all the attendants for listening to me. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Okay. The word is moderator Sevi Hanım. Sevi Hanım is yours.
Sevgili hocam, öncelikle desteğiniz için çok teşekkür ediyoruz tekrardan. Pazarlama öğrencisi olarak doktora döneminde özellikle kitaplarımız bizim başucu kitaplarımız oldu.
Teşekkür ederim. Çok teşekkür ederim.
O yüzden benim için bugün çok özel bir gün. Çok teşekkür ederiz.
Sağ olun. Ne mutlu bana. Çok mutlu oldum. Çok teşekkür ederim. Görüşmek üzere. Hepinize iyi günler diliyorum. Hoşçakalın.
Teşekkür ederiz hocam.
Zafer hocam merhaba, hoş geldin. Dur Zafer'in şeyini açayım da biraz sonra biteceğim.
Hocam kütüphanede olduğum için fazla şey yapamıyorum. Sadece dinliyorum.
Evet.
Ama herkese selamlar, hocalarıma saygılar.
Hoş geldiniz. Bugün bu oturumumuzun sonuna geldik. Yarın saat 9'da yine sanırım bir programa bir daha bakayım. Zafer hocamın var. Hanım, Murat Çetin hocamın moderatörlüğünde saat 9'da. Zafer hocam görüşürüz. Orada yine
görüşmek üzere.
Ekseriyetle Türkiye'den katılım olacak. Tabii isteyen arkadaşlarımız İngilizce, isteyen arkadaşlarımız Türkçe konuşma esnekliği sağlıyoruz. Bize diyeceğiniz, soracağınız herhangi bir şey var mı? Bu Proceeding Books, Sevgi hocam, Proceeding Books'a katılım belgelerinizi ben size hem mail olarak göndereceğim, hem de özet kitabı bizim web sitemizde görebileceksiniz, indirebilirsiniz. Şimdi Kültür Bakanlığı'ndan ISBN numarasına başvurdum ben. Sanırım 1-2 gün sürüyor. Dün başvurumu yaptım. Bunu sabahleyin de tekrar ettim yurt dışından katılan arkadaşlara. Sizlere de söylemiş olayım. Verdiğiniz desteklerden dolayı çok teşekkür ederim.
Rica ederim. Ben ayrılıyorum.
Tamam hocam. Görüşmek üzere.
Yarın katılamayacağım. Dinleyici
tamam hocam.
Ama yola çıkacağım.
Okay.
Çok teşekkürler.
Başınız sağ olsun ayrıca Sevgi hocam.
Sağ olun. İyi günler herkese. İyi günler.
Sağ olun. Teşekkür ederim.
Başka konferanslarda görüşmek üzere diyelim.
İnşallah. Sağ olun hocam. Arkadaşlar oturumumuzu kapatalım mı?
Hocam ben de kaydı durduruyorum şimdi.
Tamam.
Bitiriyoruz.
Tamam. Yarın saat 9'da görüşmek üzere. See you tomorrow at 9 o'clock Turkish local time, my friends.